Hi everyone, can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning. I guess it's kind of time to start. We are a little bit late, but okay, the last ones are arriving. So just good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today again. I hope that you all had a good night and enjoyed Vichy yesterday. The weather is not going to be that great today, but you still have the chance to walk around and to enjoy Vichy before the rain tomorrow. Anyway, just few informations regarding the program today. You will have by the end of the morning some maps in the walls, on the walls in the hall for the main city hall tonight, in order to have the plenary from Professor Dubern and the cocktail at the city hall. And as you might have seen on the program, we will have a workshop this afternoon, meaning that the Professor Caroline Bratt and Professor Paulina Nowicka are going to give a talk about parenting and family interventions. And then after, we're going to divide the audience into two groups. One group is going to be in the amphitheater downstairs, and one group is going to stay here, just to have some discussion and exchange about what is parenting, what are family interventions, and so on. And after, we're going to all meet here again, and we'll have kind of a restitution of our main conclusions before we can proceed further with the program. So when you see workshop on the program, it's an active session. So I really hope that you will all participate and be here. So now it's my great pleasure to introduce the session that has been specifically supported by Aprifel, as I mentioned yesterday, as the main sponsor of this Congress and one of the main partners of Ecog. And I'm very happy that Ms. Delphine Tellier is gonna lead this session for Aprifel. So I'll leave you the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So let's start. I will ask to Michael, and Michael is from Los Angeles, quite far, and he will try to explain to us what should be the main recommendation for dietary intervention and pediatric obesity. Michael, you have 45 minutes, no more. So,
thank you. And you'll let me know when it's 24.
at 24,
Yes.
so
Okay.
we have 2 or 3 questions.
Good. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you to David and his wonderful team for wonderful hospitality here in Vichy. Thank you so much for inviting me and looking after us. So title of my talk, looks like the top of it got cut off, but I think you can guess what it says: dietary recommendations for pediatric obesity, recommendations and scientific evidence. That's David asked me to talk about that. Here's some disclosures of some consultancies that I have. And I'll just start with this slide, which is the basic. This is what we have from the American Academy of Pediatrics. This is the state-of-the-art recommendations for diet for treating children with obesity. And you can see it's quite generic and not too specific, and just talks about a general quality of the diet, and then gives these recommendations. Here, fruits and vegetables, less screen time, one or more hour of physical activity, and 0 sugary drinks. So in terms of actual recommendations for nutrition, there's actually not that many, but of course there are specific recommendations for dietary sugaring, and given my own research interest in dietary sugar, I'm going to be focusing quite a bit on that today. And in fact, the most recent USDA dietary guidelines for Americans for the very first time in 2020 recommended less than 10% of calories from added sugars. It used to be 10%, and now they're saying less than 10%. But the new recommendation for the first time had a recommendation for infants, 0 added sugars between the ages of 0 and 2 years of age. That's the recommendation. And then for other children, it's a little less clear. The American Heart Association recommends less than 25 grams of added sugars for all children, which is, again, I think is a little problematic given that children can vary quite a bit in age and size. These are some other recommendations that I had developed relative to the American Heart Associations for children of different ages, and we published this a few years ago, and it's in my book Sugar Proof. But the recommendation basically tailors sugar intake based on the predicted energy requirements for age, and then taking 5% of those energy requirements and converting them to teaspoons of added sugars. Now, again, we're talking here about added sugars. So these are sugars added to food, does not include the natural sugars in fruits or the natural sugars in dairy products. But I wanted to put them up here to show you what that comes out to in terms of actual grams of added sugars relative to some common food items that are quite readily available on the food shelves. And you can see that there's a disconnect between what the recommendations are and what is in typical foods that children are exposed to. But the idea here is not for parents to be glued to exact numbers and to be measuring out, but just to have parents be aware of what those recommendations are relative to the packaging label of whatever product they're looking at. In terms of juice intake, juice provides a major source of sugars for young children and has become a major source of hydration in children. And the American Academy of Pediatrics has provided recommendations for juice, none before 12 months of age, and then graded increases in the amount of juice based on age. Now, there's a little bit of a disconnect here again, because the USDA and the dietary guidelines people do not count these sugars as added sugars. So many agencies would not count these towards the recommended allotment. However, as I will share with you, I believe they act as free sugars and should be counted. Now, some of the evidence, this is a study we published over 10 years ago in 2012, in which we looked at a large cohort of several thousand toddlers aged 2 to 4 years of age. And it's a very simple cross-sectional study looking at various predictors of childhood obesity, not just diet, but other household factors and so forth. What we found was that a major factor predicting the prevalence of obesity in these toddlers at 2 to 4 years of age, this is the prevalence of obesity above the 95th percentile at age 2 to 4 years of age. And you can see it was clearly related to the amount of, these indicate 0, 1, or 2 or more servings per day of sugary beverages. This was the major factor related to increased levels of obesity in these children. Second study I'll show you that supported some of the evidence recommending the 0 added sugars for infants was this study published by the CDC in 2014. It's a longitudinal study where they followed 1,200 children that were measured in the first year of life and then followed up at 6 years of age, and looked at the impact of early introduction of sugary beverages on the prevalence of obesity. This particular analysis excluded juice from the analysis, so it was just basically other soft drinks like soda or juice, what we call juice drinks, which are fruit-flavored drinks that are not derived from actual fruit, would be included in this, but not 100% juice. But even with that, they saw a pretty clear relationship. And what they did was they looked at the prevalence of obesity in these children at age 6 relative to the consumption in the first year of life of sugar-sweetened beverages. So if those infants never consumed sugar-sweetened beverages in infancy, then at 6 years of age, the prevalence of obesity in that subgroup was 9%. But when sugar-sweetened beverages were introduced after 6 months, the prevalence rose to 16%. And then when it was introduced before 6 months of age, the prevalence rose to 20%. So I think this study was one of the studies that was cited as evidence supporting that new recommendation of 0 added sugars in infancy, because they showed that the earlier the introduction, the bigger the risk on obesity already by 6 years of age. Now, I'll also throw in a few trials along the way to show you how these recommendations translate to effectiveness. So this is a study, again, it was published just over 10 years ago. It's a randomized trial for treating pediatric obesity with sugar reduction. Actually, the intervention focused specifically on elimination of sugar-sweetened beverages in those teenagers. A large group of over 200 children, mean age of 15 years of age. The intervention lasted for 1 year, and then there was a 1-year follow-up period where there was no intervention. And the main outcome was body weight and BMI. And what they found, looking at the target behavior of intake of CSB, stands for caloric sweetened beverages or sugar sweetened beverages. And you can see that during the treatment period, there was a significant reduction in the treatment group from almost 2 servings a day down to 0, and then it drifted back up compared to the control group. And you notice also in the control group, we see this a lot, even in the control group, there's some kind of a placebo effect where there's a modest reduction as well. And then looking at the main outcome of body weight, there was a significant impact at 1 year. You can see here it's quite small. It's about 2 kilograms, 3 kilograms difference in body weight at the 1 year period. But by the 2nd year, again, there's no intervention in this part. You can see the numbers are drifting back closer together, and the difference here is not significant. So after intervention with just a maintenance, there is no significant effect. Now, dietary sugar impacts multiple aspects of the growing body beyond just body weight. The effects of sugar on the growing body can cover all organs, including the brain, the teeth, the lungs, the liver, etc. on this slide. So even though there may not be an direct impact of sugar reduction on body weight, there may be other significant benefits. And I don't have time to go into all of these. I will talk a little bit about fatty liver. Now, I wanted to show you this slide because I think it gives a key overview of the metabolism of sugars and why different dietary sugars may have a different impact on the body. And so here we're looking at the impact of consuming a drink. Let's imagine you consume a sugary beverage made with sucrose. Sucrose is a disaccharide of fructose and glucose. Those sugars break apart starting in the mouth and the stomach. And fructose and glucose, although they are chemically identical, they go their own separate way metabolically. Glucose is used throughout the body for energy. It's combusted in all the organs of the body, whereas fructose is extracted almost entirely by the liver. 90% to 95% of fructose in this scenario gets absorbed by the liver and is converted to triglycerides through de novo lipogenesis, and can either be stored in the liver as fats and contribute to fatty liver disease that I'll talk about in a minute, or those fats can be repackaged and exported into the blood as various lipids. And here's how you get the connection between sugar consumption and fatty liver, and sugar consumption and dyslipidemia, and ultimately a risk for cardiovascular disease, which is completely separate from the effects of glucose. Now imagine instead of drinking a sugary beverage, you had a child who drank apple juice. There's twice as much fructose as glucose in apple juice. Apple juice is 70% fructose. So you have a lot more fructose being taken up by the liver and a lot more fructose being converted into lipids in this particular scenario. Plus, young children have not yet developed full capacity for absorbing fructose, meaning that it gets malabsorbed. So fructose malabsorption will occur in some cases and also contribute to gut microbiome changes. And then also those gut microbiome changes may have other impacts on the growing body. Now, at this point in the talk, people say, well, if you shouldn't be drinking apple juice, can I eat an apple? And of course, the answer is we should be eating fruit, not drinking it. When you eat an apple, you get a much different scenario. For starters, you have to take 3 apples to make 1 glass of apple juice. But also, if you eat the apple, there's much less fructose to begin with. It's slowly released. It provides fiber, which slows down the release. And under those conditions, there's a metabolic pathway in the gut that under low conditions of fructose can convert some of that fructose into glucose. So you can completely bypass this pathway here that is a harmful pathway and focus on the energetic pathway. So that's 2 or 3 very different scenarios on the metabolic fate of sugar, depending on the source and the amount that is consumed. It's all about the dose and the dose release of the sugars into the pathway. And you can get fructose not just from sugar, but from other sweeteners like high fructose corn syrup, from apple juice, like I mentioned, fruit juice concentrates, which are becoming very popular in the food supply, where sugar is made from condensing down the juices from fruits and can vary in their composition, but can be very high in fructose as well. Now, moving to fatty liver, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, these are images of children with obesity, looking at the distribution patterns of body fat in red, subcutaneously and viscerally here. And in here we have 2 children, same BMIs, same degree of obesity, but you can see very different patterns of fat distribution. And in particular, the livers are very different. This is the liver that in this individual that shows up enlarged and very bright, which means it's infiltrated with fat. So this child has non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is now the most common form of liver disease in children and adults, displacing alcohol-induced liver disease. This is a review that was published last year in Pediatric Obesity that gave some very useful oversights of the changing epidemiology and clinical implications of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. For example, showing some basic statistics. So 26% of children with obesity have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and that's highest among Latino children. There's been some really powerful studies that show very strong efficacy of the role of fructose in these conditions. So this is a study that was published in 2017 in 41 children who had obesity. And these are very carefully controlled studies, what are called proof of concept studies. They gave all the food to the children so they knew exactly what they were eating. And the test, they compared 2 different diets. One, a regular diet, and the second was an isocaloric diet that replaced all the sugar with starch. Now that's probably not a diet you would recommend clinically, but experimentally it's useful because if you replace sugar with starch, what do you remove? You remove all the fructose from the diet other than any whole fruit that might have been consumed. So in fact, the final fructose in the test diet was 4% of calories. And what they found was a significant treatment effect, an improvement in liver fat. The percentage of fat in liver fell from 7.2 to 3.8 relative to the clinical cut point of 5.5, which is the definition for fatty liver disease. So they saw a very significant treatment effect, which was due to reduction in that pathway of lipogenesis. Even in those subjects who didn't lose weight, and remember also, this is 9 days, so you can get a very significant effect just after 9 days of sugar reduction, and in particular, fructose elimination. The second study was published by a group in San Diego, very similar, 40 adolescent boys, so just boys. The previous study was both boys and girls, and these boys had histologically defined fatty liver disease. They had a liver biopsy. And they were randomized to a usual diet versus a diet that was devoid of sugar. Sugar only accounted for less than 3% of calories. And again, all the food was provided. Highly controlled efficacy study where they knew exactly what everybody was consuming and the kids had to eat what they were given. It was very difficult for them to deviate from those particular foods. And again, they saw a significant improvement in liver fat. In the treatment group, here the liver fat was much higher, 25% in this particular case, but it was improved down to 17%. Now, the third study is a study that we did and published earlier this year, and the news is not so good because we did a clinical intervention. We didn't provide all the foods, we just gave the kids counseling. We met with a dietitian 4 times over 12 weeks. We delivered bottled water to their homes in an attempt to displace caloric sweetened beverages. And these were 105 Latino youth with obesity, and most of them also had fatty liver disease. So the intervention lasted for 12 weeks. We call this like an effectiveness trial, where we're translating those efficacy studies into real life. And what we found was a disappointing reduction. We did get an impact. We were able to reduce sugar intake, free sugar intake, or added sugars from 11.5% of calories down to 7.3. But you notice also again in the control group, also a reduction, not quite as big of a reduction. So the difference was significant, but both groups reduced liver fat. But the main thing is, the bottom line is, there was no significant treatment effect on liver outcomes or anthropometrics. And here's the data. After 5 years of trying to raise the money to do the study and 5 years to actually do the study, here's the disappointing results that we got. This is a change in liver fat in treatment kids versus control kids, and you can see both groups actually have segments of children who were able to successfully somehow reduce their liver fat, but that was equally represented in the control group and the intervention group. This shows the same data, but for fibrosis, the same kind of story. But when we dug deeper into the study, and I love these waterfall plots because it shows you the individual response in all of the subjects. So this is the change in liver fat in all the subjects with pre and post data, ranging from those who increased their liver fat, some didn't change, and some you can see there's pretty significant reduction in their liver fat. Is that my signal? No, keep going. Okay, that's good because I got a long way to go. But the color code is showing which children gained or lost body fat. And the children in red increased their body fat, and the children in black lost body fat. And you can see there's a significant tendency, turned out to be statistically significant. Those children who lost body fat also lost liver fat. And in fact, that was a significant effect. So when we separated the children, not by what intervention they got, but just on whether they increased or decreased body fat, those children who decreased body fat also decreased liver fat, indicating that fat loss is probably also important in modifying liver fat. So just a quick summary of those studies. A controlled efficacy study showed that under carefully controlled efficacy, proof of concept conditions, you can demonstrate that fructose elimination will significantly improve liver fat, even after just 9 days and without weight loss. But when you try to translate that into a clinical intervention, it's much more difficult to get that impact, and the effect is somewhat reduced, but is observed in those children who lose body fat. Now, a few words also on alternative dietary approaches. My colleague Elena Vidmar, who's a pediatric endocrinologist that I work with very closely, is looking at time-limited eating as an approach for pediatric obesity treatment. It's a very popular strategy these days for looking at impact on not just on body weight, but at different aspects of metabolism, because studies have shown that when you eat food just during a restricted time window and have an extended fast, in this case shown from 2 p.m. till 8 a.m., you can observe studies that will show significant improvements in various outcomes. So she has looked at this as a model for treating children with obesity. And she got into this purely as a personal interest. And first she did a case series, just not a trial, just 4 children that their families expressed interest in doing this. And she saw significant improvements in all 4 children in changing BMI score when they adopted a restricted eating period and an extended fast. And then she did a trial. 2 minutes? 3 minutes, okay. She did a trial, didn't see an effect in BMI or any other outcomes. In the last 3 minutes, I also want to talk about early feeding, so I'm going to start talking very quickly. we've been looking at different types of feeding. There's a lot of interest in breastfeeding, there's a lot of interest in formula feeding, but we got very interested in not just breastfeeding versus formula, but different types of formula. And it turns out that most families in our studies, a third of the mothers would breastfeed, and a third of them would use traditional formula. But we also observed that there was this other group that used formula that was made with added sugar, was made with corn syrup solids. So most formula, traditional formula is made with lactose, but there's a whole market of these other formulas that is made without lactose for whatever reason that I can't understand. Maybe somebody can help me understand why formula makers take lactose out of formula and put corn syrup solids on there. But it's very interesting because these formulas are very different metabolically. They have a much higher glycemic index compared to traditional formula and breast milk. And it turns out that a study published just a few weeks ago showed that 50% of all formula sold in the US doesn't contain lactose or is lactose reduced. They have replaced the lactose with glucose polymers or corn syrup solids. And what we have shown in various studies, one published last year, was that children who consume these formulas have alterations in feeding behavior in the first 2 years of life. This is food fussiness, longitudinal study in children who are almost predominantly breastfed, children who received traditional formula, and in children who received corn syrup solid formula, you can see a very significantly different pattern. There's a significant interaction. Food fussiness significantly increased, even though these formulas, ironically, were developed for kids who were fussy for food. They actually got more food fussy over time. And similarly, for enjoyment of food, they had a significant reduction in enjoyment of food. So we collaborated with WIC recently. WIC is a federal program in the US that provides infant formula to families in need. Low-income families can get support from WIC, and they will provide them with formula. So they have very good data in the whole state of California, and all different states also have their own data. This is data from California, in which we showed a significant effect of feeding formula with added sugars on obesity impact. So these are almost over 10,000 children who were followed for 4 years in 2 groups. We excluded breastfeeding completely. So children who were breastfed who were breastfed after 3 months were excluded from, sorry, I made that wrong. This excludes all breastfeeding, I think, ultimately. So these are just children who were predominantly fed formula, either formula with corn syrup solids or regular formula containing lactose. And you can see at age 2, 3, and 4, this is longitudinal, a significantly lower prevalence of obesity. And these kids are quite obese already at age 2 because these are very high risk segment of the population. But the type of formula had a significant impact on the prevalence of obesity that was observed at this young age. Now, lastly, also breastfeeding, which was mentioned yesterday, we're also very interested in the mechanism of why breastfeeding is protective. And this is the study I showed you earlier at the beginning of the study. These kids in this particular half of the study were never breastfed or breastfed for less than 12 months. When we looked at the exact same relationship, but in children who were breastfed for longer than 12 months, didn't have to be exclusive breastfeeding, what we saw was a remarkably lower prevalence of obesity, even in those children who were consuming high amounts of sugary beverages. So somehow extended breastfeeding may be protective. Now, lastly, I also want to talk about an alternative idea, which is the role of low-calorie sweeteners, which are being introduced into the food supply pretty rapidly. And there's very good evidence to show an obesogenic effect of low-calorie sweeteners when consumed during pregnancy. This is one study from Canada looking at the odds ratio of infant overweight at 1 year of age relative to maternal consumption of low-calorie sweeteners. And you can see a 2-fold increase in risk of infant obesity already evident by 1 year of age. The second study was a study that we published last year in collaboration with a group from Boston that's been following a cohort for 18 years. And they also have very good data on maternal consumption. And when the mothers were separated into quartiles based on consumption of low-calorie sweeteners during pregnancy, you can see that there's a significantly increase in obesity in the upper quartile, and that impact of that effect gets bigger as the children get older. So just to conclude, on time, I think. Yes. And there's lots to discuss, I know. We have clinical evidence for some things. There's efficacy evidence, but it's very difficult to translate that evidence into real life trials. We need strategies to promote better adherence to those intervention ideas in real life situation. And for example, we're starting to look at things like continuous glucose monitoring, which may be a very useful tool to be able to provide feedback to patients, to children who are in interventions and who we can be monitoring in real time what their glucose levels are and make indications of what their food intake is. But we also need better focus on early life, and we've talked a little bit about that yesterday, including expanding breastfeeding, which is not always possible. And when breastfeeding isn't possible and formula is necessary, we ought to focus on quality formula, because we have shown that different types of infant formula can make a negative impact on obesity outcomes. And I'm proposing alternative sweeteners as an important obesogenic factor during pregnancy. And then lastly, we need to focus on the segments of the population that have the highest risk. This is data from the US showing obesity rates in children by different subgroups of the population. It's highest in American Indians, Blacks, and Asians, highest in the lowest income. You can see there's hardly any prevalence. There's no epidemic of childhood obesity in the US in highest income. But yet interventions have tended to focus on the segment, on the white population, on more affluent populations. We need interventions that are designed for and by the segments of the population that need the intervention the most. And that's what some of the work that we're focused on now. So thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your discussion.
Thank you, Michael. Maybe we have time for one question. I'm sure someone in the room. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Very interesting talk. Being some age ago, I'm entitled to recite mischievous. But behind all this is a mother. And I sometimes wonder how much we really think that might be part of it. I mean, if you think of Britain, we certainly bring up small children on stewed food. I think you would have difficulty bringing up small children on stewed cooking apples and rhubarb, unless there's a little bit of sugar added. And I often wonder also with breastfeeding, that a lot of wonderful skills of breastfeeding is it teaches mothers when a baby is restless, whether it's hungry or that's enormously important, how she feeds the child later on, and her concept between the child being unhappy and being happy. Thank you.
Yes, totally agree. Thank you.
Is there a question? No? Yes.
What's the number one thing to bring intervention to those that need it?
What's the number one thing we can do to bring intervention to those segments of the population who need it the most? What's the most significant difference compared to addressing the white population and versus the ones that need more?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's two aspects to that question. One is what is the target? And in our case, the work that we do is among Latino children who are predominantly, not always, but predominantly lower income. The work we've done shows that dietary sugar and sugary beverages and juice is a major factor, but that's not understood for whatever reason in the target population. So we need to work with the community. So we just got funded, for example, to work with the community to figure out exactly what the best way is to frame that discussion to maximize the chances of success. How do you explain that, and how do you deliver that intervention? I think is going to be yet to be determined exactly. We haven't figured out exactly how to do it, but we have to work with the communities to figure out how to best do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, to Sophie Nicholas, coming from Dijon. Thank you, Sophie. And that's a good transition, because Sophie will try to explain to us the link between formation and incentive of children, and from research to, yes, public health perspective. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Delphine, for this introduction. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Someone is helping. Thank you. Yeah.
Let's go.
Indeed, I will discuss this from the, let's say, French perspective mostly, but hoping that the results also can be generalized to other contexts. So I will summarize some recent findings on our research to show how healthy eating is formed in early infancy, and also how we transfer this knowledge to public health communication in France, and how we continue our research around this. So this all this research is rooted in the metabolic programming concept, or DOHAD, which you may very well have. We really want to understand the programming of early eating behavior in the first years. So Michael briefly touched about breastfeeding. I won't be talking too much about this for the sake of time, but this is of course a very important area for setting up a healthy stage in terms of feeding behavior. What is interesting regarding early mode of feeding are the changes with time in a very short period of time, going from cold feeding during pregnancy to milk feeding after birth, complementary feeding, and then ultimately the child reaching the family table to eat family foods by the age of 2 years. So this period of 1,000 days, at the end of this period of 1,000 days, or even before, according to some surveys, it's in some countries by 1 year that children reach the family table. And this is before the appearance of what we call food neophobia. Michael mentioned food fussiness, which is also a feature of the development of children's eating behavior. Children start becoming fussy at a certain point, and this is creating many feeding problems for parents. So before this stage, there is a window during which major transition happen in the mode of feeding. And that's probably determining how children will learn to eat, what they will learn to eat, how much, when, and in which context. So all the features of eating behavior that will accompany them in their future life. We showed that at the end of this period, that is by the age of 2 to 3 years, there's a tracking of eating behavior. We were lucky enough to follow up a cohort of children from the age of 2 to 3 to 22 years. And we found that early behavior was partly predictive of behavior at an adult age. So really emphasizing the importance of the early formation of eating behavior. That's really led us to focus on early feeding practices and their impact on eating behavior later on. So I will mostly talk about complementary feeding, and so talking about complementary feeding, there's a universal definition. So we can talk about cessation of breast milk feeding, smooth introduction of complementary food. My preferred definition is a transition from a milk diet to the family diet, because that's the goal, ultimately, to bring the child to the family table. So it's a process that incorporates many cultural beliefs about many aspects related to feeding, and in particular, we could find through interviews with parents that the vision about complementary feeding can be very different in different European countries. For instance, in the UK, mothers would rather hide vegetable in things so that children wouldn't know, to make them accepted by the child. Whereas in France, French mother acknowledged the importance of a variety of vegetables at the beginning of reading to educate the palate of the child. So really focus on education to the liking the taste of vegetables. So in this context, I will try to cover all these aspects today, the different body of evidence we've learned in those different aspects related to early feeding practices. So I will start by when to start complementary feeding. So an hypothesis was raised by Gillian Harris from the UK that the period from 17 to 26 weeks is favorable for the introduction of new flavors independent from the texture of food. So I summarized in some papers the findings in this aspect, and we can indeed find some evidence that the child's acceptance of new food is a bit higher at the very beginning of the complementary feeding than later on. For instance, we found, looking at longitudinal cohort in France, that acceptance of fruits and vegetables is higher at the beginning of complementary feeding than during the second year of life. First thing to think about. The hypothesis too was that the period from 26 to 45 weeks was favorable for the introduction of a variety of textures independent from the flavor. So again, we wonder what is the evidence. And when we look at what happens in the baby's mouth during this period, we can see that many events happen. The oral cavity size increase in the course of development. Of course, teeth will erupt and develop, and that's in general given as a sign for parents for the introduction of complementary food. The tongue become more mobile in the mouth, and by let's say the first year, it becomes able to control food bolus in the mouth through lateral movements in particular. And this is very important for the development of the proper ability to eat solid food. Mandible becomes more mobile, and the lip also become able to retain food bolus in the mouth, whereas when children are not mature enough, you see food leaking out of the mouth when the lips are not mobile enough. So what is the impact on acceptance of new food in children? So we have this data from UK cohort, the CalSPAC cohort, showing that the introduction of food pieces at the age of 6 months is associated to less food refusal and higher vegetable consumption, whereas the introduction after the age of 10 months is associated to more food refusal and lower vegetable consumption. And we continued in this area also looking at the acceptance of a variety of food textures by infants between 6 and 18 months of age. So we're in particular interested in what children were able to eat, that is really to swallow. And we challenged children at the lab under the supervision of the nurse with a variety of food textures. Some of them were offered much earlier than what parents would do at home. And so we introduced smooth and rough purees, double textures of food pieces, sticky textures, pasta, raw pieces of food like raw carrots or raw cucumber, and hard food like biscuit or bread. So you can see that there's indeed a developmental course in the acceptance of food like hard food, for instance, but for other food like purees, texture, or even for soft cooked pieces, children were able to process this food very early and very often much earlier than what the parents thought. And in fact, we also observed that they accepted most texture at an earlier age than what they were offered. In general, 2 to 3 months before what parents would offer. So to expand a bit this line of thought, we try to understand what drives exposure to food texture. And we run a survey with 3,000 French mothers to look at the introduction of a variety of texture. And in blue here, you have the recommended time frame from the head scan for the introduction of food pieces into the child's diet. And we found that during this period, mostly few food puree were offered to French infants, and very few pieces or hot pieces. The conclusion of that study was that many children received little exposure to food pieces in the first year of life. And then we also evaluate the acceptance of these food texture by infants. And we found that the capacity to eat a variety of food texture was very strongly related positively with exposure to food pieces and negatively with exposure to food purees. So indeed, the conclusion of that study was that exposing children to a variety of texture was associated to the acceptability of food with a variety of texture. So really a very strong learning effect related to texture exposure. Following up on that with my colleague Carole Tournier, we did a pilot intervention study to look at whether we can develop guidelines for parents to encourage them to introduce more texture in their child's diet between 8 and 15 months. So we developed a small guideline to explain which kind of texture can be introduced at which age. And so there were two arms in the intervention, one control group not receiving this guideline and one intervention group. We found that raising awareness among parents has increased the production of small soft pieces, but not big and hard pieces. That's what's evidenced here. And indeed, we debriefed some parents at the end of the trial, and most of them said, okay, well, the booklet you gave us was very, very well done, but I'm still fearing introducing pieces. I don't feel secure doing so. Okay, we confirmed in this trial that looking at the association between exposure and acceptability, that the highest factor related to acceptability of food texture was exposure to small or soft pieces or too large and hard pieces. So again, a very strong role of exposure on acceptability of food pieces. Okay, then, so we thought about timing of introduction to complementary food, and then now we thought about how to introduce complementary food. So why is there a way to promote acceptance of complementary food? So here I summarize all the findings related to these studies. I will not go into all details, but what we could show is that some feeding practices at the beginning of complementary feeding may help to optimize the acceptance of new foods, and in particular of fruits or vegetables, on which we were particularly focused. In particular, previous breastfeeding experience, especially during the breastfeeding period, and indeed, breastfeeding has a positive impact to trigger the acceptance of fruits and vegetables. Sensory properties of complementary food also play a role in the acceptance. I already mentioned the role of texture. Repeated exposure to the food is an important aspect, as well as variety of food offered, introduced as of the start of complementary food. So just to say a few words around this, so for first reaction to complementary food, so this is results from observational study that we conducted in our lab in Dijon. So we asked parents to report the acceptance of new food by their child when they were just starting complementary feeding. So that's between 5 and 7 months in this study. There were 88% of positive reactions to new food. So no real food neophobia at this stage. And when we break it down according to the taste of this food, we found that food that were salty or contained salty ingredients were more accepted than food, vegetables that were sweet and bitter. This is not necessarily good news, because in as much as we don't want to add sugar to the infant's diet, we don't want to add salt to infant's diet. But at least this reveals a very high sensitivity of the child to the taste of the food, and that's really associated with differential acceptance. Of course, these foods were not very salty, they were just slightly salty, and yet children accepted them more. So repeated exposure to the food, another result from the lab, from my colleague Andrea Meyer, just to show the learning curve. So in our experiment, Andrea asked mother to identify at the beginning of complementary feeding 2 foods, one that the child liked and one that the child did not like. And then she asked mother to repeatedly expose their children to each food alternatively. So the liked food was in general carrot, and the disliked food was green bean. And so indeed, at the beginning of the study, there was a huge difference in acceptance and amount eaten according to across those foods. But as exposure went on, you could see a very sharp increase in green bean consumption, and at the end of the 8 exposure period, there was no more significant difference between carrot acceptance and green bean acceptance. So really revealing that children can learn to like a new food, even if they show signs of dislikes at the beginning. And that's, I think, an important area for parents to know. They've done other surveys tend to reveal that parents tend to rely on first exposure to decide whether children like one of the food, and they don't necessarily continue feeding these foods. In another study, we tried to look at whether there was a modulating effect of taste or energy density on this learning process. So we showed again the strong repeated exposure effect. We tried to see what the association with sweet taste would be associated to an increase in liking, but it did not modify the repeated exposure effect. Very good news. So no need to add sweet taste to food to make it like. So someone asked a question about rhubarb before. So I don't, according to this result, it's not necessary. And we also associated vegetable purees with higher energy density, and we saw that it led to conditioned satiation with durable effect. When extended the results with all the children, we found that young children consume more of the new vegetable that were offered in the study than all the children. So there's really a window of opportunity for introducing vegetables early in development, so before, at least in this case, 38 months of age. So variety of food, again, a result from my colleague Andrea Maya, showing the effect of exposure to a variety of vegetables at complementary feeding. So she divided children in an experiment in 3 groups receiving the same vegetable or a variety of vegetable with changes every day in the higher variety group. She showed short-term effect on acceptance of new vegetable and new food, and she also showed long-term effect. She followed the children until the age of 6 years, and she found that at 6 years, those who had received the higher variety at complementary feeding, but also accepting more new and non-vegetables. So programming effect. The very short period of exposure to variety at the beginning of complementary feeding. So now, in which way should children be fed? Of course, children eat in a social context. They are not mature enough to feed themselves, so many food choices are controlled by parents, either passively or actively. And availability is always the most influencing factor, especially for consumption of fruit and vegetable in children. And there's also also associated to modeling effect. Just to highlight the idea of the importance of parenting style in terms of feeding. So parenting style is related to 2 dimensions, the demandingness dimension and the responsiveness dimension. Altogether, this defines 4 styles. Authoritative, which is demanding but responsive, authoritarian, which is demanding but not responsive, indulgent, and uninvolved, which is quite rarely reported by parents. So many studies show that the authoritative feeding style is the one that favors the most fruits and vegetable consumption. And so this is important also to raise awareness to parents around this aspect. Another question that we wonder is how to promote adapted food intake control in children at the very early stages of complementary feeding. So we studied this by adapting the calorie compensation paradigm in infants. That is, we offer a caloric preload to children before offering a meal. The preload varies in energy density by adding, for instance, oil to the preload. And we organize meals at the lab where we finally measure intake of the preload and of the meal. And this we have a setup in our lab that helps us also to record the intake amount eaten by children and to monitor the speed of feeding also by the mother. We couple this with video recording so we can analyze conjointly the feeding pattern of mothers and the eating pattern of children. So using this approach, we showed that, and that's in particular the work, PhD work of Pauline Brugalier, which was supervised by my colleague Camille Schwartz. So we showed that the calorie compensation at the next meal or on the same day, which followed the consumption of caloric preload, is poor and as early as the end of the first year. And very interestingly, we showed that infants whose calorie compensation abilities decreased the most between 11 and 15 months, where also those whose corpulence increased the most during this period and was higher at 24 months. So link between the feeding pattern and in particular related to appetite control and the weight gain during this early period. And additional work showed that is largely influenced by what we call intrusive feeding practices. And that was really recorded at the microstructure level, as I explained, using our device with the connected scales. In particular, if mothers were feeding too quickly, or if they were feeding too large spoonfuls, so not allowing the child to really swallow the food or open the mouth again for the next feed. So, and we are continuing using this paradigm to understand better the association between early feeding practices and child's feeding behavior. That's the effect of complementary feeding practices. For this aspect, I will report work from the ELF cohort. So there are many posters about the ELF cohort upstairs if you want to find out more about this cohort. So together with our colleague at the CRES lab in Paris, we looked at association between early feeding practices and in particular complementary feeding practices and specific health outcomes. So weight status, which in this case was monitored up to 7 years. And we found that compared to the recommended age at complementary feeding introduction, early complementary feeding, that is before 4 months, was related to higher BMI at 1 year and to a lesser extent at 3 years, but not at 7 years. And infant feeding practices in this cohort were not associated with the age of adiposity rebound. We also looked at neurodevelopmental outcome in the health cohort, looking in particular at the association between complementary feeding practices and neurodevelopmental outcome. And what stood out in this analysis was the role of the timing of introduction to food pieces. And we found unfavorable association with overall neurodevelopment among infants who were introduced to food pieces after 8 months as compared to those introduced to food pieces before the age of 8 months. And this was also confirmed when we looked at the quotient of neurodevelopment at 3.5 years for infants introduced to food pieces after 10 months. So then this was associated to a risk of developmental delay. So why is that? Well, introduction to food pieces is triggering, as I said, acceptance of new food. It's triggering all the oral feeding skill system, which I showed earlier, and many of the muscles involved in mastication or chewing, also involved in language. And one of the explanations for this result can be really the stimulation. And introduction to food pieces is also associated to the development of skull, and that's very well shown in animal studies. And so maybe this is what is leading to these effects on the neurodevelopmental outcomes. Okay. We looked also at the effect of allergies, and we found that late complementary feeding was related to a higher risk of food allergies between 1 and 5 years. Sorry. A low food diversity score at 8 months was related to a higher risk of asthma. The high number of allergenic food not introduced at 10 months was also related to a higher risk of food allergy and renal conjunctivitis. So Altogether, this shows that when we introduce complementary food too early, we have negative association with BMI up to 3 years, but too late introduction to complementary food has negative consequence on allergic disease development and neurodevelopment. So there's really a time window for appropriate introduction to complementary food, and this has to be made very clear also to parents. So altogether, we came with interim conclusion when we put all this data together, and we had many opportunities to discuss these results in France. And many parents in general say, okay, if I had known, I would have behaved differently for introducing foods to my child's diet. And so from there, we thought, how can we bring this to a national level? And that's where we went from research to public health communication. We had reviewed the French guidelines for child feeding in 2011, and we using a framework to look at when to introduce, what to introduce, and how to introduce complementary food. We have found that the French guideline needed renovation, in short, so they really needed to be updated. That was in particular consistent with the Ecog position paper that was issued in 2017, which was putting forward a number of areas for recommendations regarding complementary feeding that were not taken into account in the French guidelines. So luckily enough, the Ministry of Health in France also decided to renovate these guidelines, and the referral was launched in 2017. Then that's a pathway for the renovation of guidelines in France. It has to be set up by ANSES, then higher consent for public health, and then Santé Publique France is the communication agency of the Ministry of Health in charge of developing guidelines for the lay public. So we participated in the process at every stage, and in particular working with Santé Publique France for the development of the new guidelines. And this was in the frame of the PhD thesis of Sofia, but also in the frame of the EDULIA, European project. So we looked at parents and pediatrician expectations and needs for child feeding communication during doing surveys. And we highlighted in particular differences in their perception. So both parents and pediatricians recognize the importance of complementary feeding as a very an important period for the setting of feeding behavior, key behavior, but pediatricians tend to underestimate the importance of parents' social network in counseling them or providing them with advice regarding complementary feeding. And they also underestimate the need from parents of very practical tips and menus, ideas for really applying appropriate complementary feeding schemes. So this was before the development of the brochure. The brochure was developed. We looked at whether the new brochure could change parental knowledge. And we also checked that the brochure was estimated as appropriate by healthcare professional. So that's a study that's under revision. So for parental knowledge, we indeed checked that reading the brochure was associated to an increase in knowledge. So we devised a questionnaire to check parental knowledge regarding complementary feeding. And after reading the brochure, this knowledge increased, and especially the knowledge that parents master. We looked in particular at how confident they were of the knowledge, and this particular aspect increased after reading the brochure. Interestingly enough, we found that this effect were observed whatever the age and the socioeconomic status of parents. We're quite happy with this. The brochure was developed in particular to use simple language, and there were a lot of pre-test done with focus groups of parents to make sure that the language was adapted for many parents. So this is the brochure for those of you in France who may have encountered it already. It was launched online in July 2021. Paper version was issued September 2021. It was ordered more than 3 million times to Santé Publique France by different healthcare professionals. And interestingly, 94% of parents interviewed about the content of the brochure are satisfied with it. And according to Santé Publique France, it's their public health campaign, which was the most successful of all what they could have done recently. They were in particular involved in the vaccination campaign, which are more difficult to push. So what do we do next? We're conducting a randomized control trial to look at the effect of a smartphone-based diffusion of the information from the brochure versus the brochure alone on child weight status at 3 years, child eating behavior, and parental feeding behavior. So we're looking at whether the effect of pushing the information through an app is associated to better health outcome in children at the age of 3 years. First babies were included in March 2020, so hopefully I can come back to another Ecog conference and report on the findings. But I will be also very interested to learn about the MLs or ELs trial that will be discussed during this conference. So I want to acknowledge all my colleagues who were involved in all these studies, in particular Pauline, Sophia, Kenny, in charge of the nutrient LCT, Camille Schwartz, and Sylvie Sancho. Thank you for your attention.
So we have time for one question. Yes. Thank you very much, Grace Mann from Dublin. In the study that looked at delayed complementary feeding and neurodevelopmental development later on, I'm just wondering, did you look at gross motor development of babies at 4 to 6 months?
Mm-hmm. Very good question, yeah, indeed. That's important point to address reverse causality in this study. We didn't have any indicator of early motor development, but as specific as what you mentioned. So when we look at the child developmental and inventory at 3.5 years, we did some studies where we adjusted for CDI at 1 year, but we didn't have earlier indicators of neurodevelopment. So, and indeed, and in particular, in many recommendations, it's recommended to start complementary feeding when the child is ready. Supposing a certain developmental stage, so indeed that can be an important confounder. But in that study, very specifically, we looked at food pieces introduction, which happened later than the start of complementary feeding introduction. So I think that, well, maybe, of course, this is related to perception by the parent that the child is ready for pieces. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have early indicators of this.
So I understand so much of this. But a very good question about the limited exposure, because it's a powerful mechanism, but we also talk about sustainability and food waste. So what message and families, the data study show that families with of low SES have concerns about the way. So what would be your practical message to parents who want to increase the exposure vulnerability, but they want to waste food?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think at this stage, and for really the early learning phase, it's not necessary to give a high amount of food. So a couple of spoonfuls can be enough for starting to habituate the child to the taste of these foods. So people don't have to prepare, parents don't have to prepare a lot of food, just a few of them. I think it's really important to start at this stage. That's where things happen, where it's easy to feed foods that are healthy, that are much more difficult to accept later on. We don't have to do a lot to train children to eat fries or Coke or stuff like that. For vegetable, we do have to invest at this stage. So I would say there's one period in life where we can maybe afford wasting a little bit is that period. And anyway, it's not a lot of food, but it's very important to try. I think if it's not started at that time, it's really hard to come back to healthier eating habits later on.
Thanks again, Sophie. So we try to explain also the link between the physical activity and the eating habits.
Thank you. I'm sorry, me again. You might be fed up with listening to me, but this time I will try to speak about research. And for once, I'm not going to speak about physiology or metabolism, but I will try to speak about behavior and how our physical activity behaviors, sleep behaviors, and sedentary behaviors might impact our appetite control and eating behaviors. So Sophie Niklaus just said that step by step, your kid will eat like an adult. And I would say that the transition is perfect because the more he's going to do steps and the healthier he's going to eat. This is at least what I'm going to try to show you. So basically, there are some concepts we need to be clear on before we can understand the impact on of movement behaviors on eating behaviors. So the concepts are pretty simple. So you all know what physical activity is, or at least we believe we know. But basically, physical activity, it's every body movement that has been induced by skeletal muscle contraction and that will induce an increase in your energy expenditure. So physical activity, it's not sports. You don't have to wear running shoes to do physical activity. You just have to move. So that's why it's step by step. And the more you're going to have steps and the more you're going to be active. And this is pretty important because we are active when we reach the recommendations. So I just mentioned here the WHO recommendation, but there are many different physical activity guidelines. Those are the most commonly used. And then if you want to be active, you have to reach those recommendations. And physical inactivity is not sedentary behavior. Physical activity is the fact not to reach those recommendations. And I really want to highlight one thing. It's very important to have recommendations, to have guidelines, but we don't want to use them as a first target for our patients. Because when we tell people that, okay, you have to be active 150 minutes per week, at least at moderate intensity is pretty vague. So usually what we say that when you start having difficulties picking while you are doing something, it might mean that you are at moderate intensity, basically. And most of them will be afraid. I'm not respecting the guideline myself. So who am I to tell the patient that you have to respect the guidelines? It's pretty hard, it's pretty high. So we just want a step-by-step process. We just want them to improve their behaviors. This is why I really like, you mentioned Santé Publique France, and Santé Publique France try to avoid every cutoff and threshold, and they're just saying that try to be or to do better today than yesterday. That's it. Try to improve for physical activity, sleep, but also for eating behaviors, as we'll see. We have also sleep recommendations, of course. And then, as I mentioned, you're active when you reach those guidelines. You're inactive when you don't reach those guidelines. It's not a big deal not to be active yet. But then you're sedentary. You are having sedentary behaviors when you're doing activities that are mainly seated, lying, or require a very low energy expenditure, below 1.5 MET. It's a metabolic equivalent, but I don't think the units are very important either. It's just behaviors. So my idea here is to explain you that we can have recommendation for movement behaviors, but this might have implication for our eating behaviors. And this is particularly important to understand because I don't want to alarm you, but nowadays, if you take the international data, about 80% of the adolescents around the world are inactive. They do not reach recommendations, which is huge. And France is not very good in this ranking either. And we have lots of in France, but in 50 different countries around the world, there are the physical activity and sedentary behavior report card, and we grade every 2 years different behaviors. And what is sure is that structured physical activity is declining, leisure physical activity is declining, daily physical activity is declining, screen time is increasing, and so on. So it's all over the world. It's not only in France or wherever, it's all over the world. So it's pretty alarming, since I just told you that this might be a determinant of our healthy diet. I'm not gonna stay very long on those results, because I know that tomorrow it's a kind of a teaser for tomorrow, and Dr. Valérie Julien is gonna show you all those very fascinating results she obtained with Daniel Weguber, president of Ecog, during her postdoc. But basically, what is important to understand today, this is what I told you. It's not about my physical activity level. It's not about my sedentary behavior time. It's about the combination of both. In this very elegant work, what Dr. Julien made is that she splitted a sample of adolescents based on their physical activity level and sedentary time. And she made four groups, sorry. And this is the first study that clearly shows those four distinct groups: high physical activity, low physical activity, high sedentary behavior, low sedentary behavior, and their condition and their combination, sorry. So I'm not going to detail that once more, but what she found is that whatever the kids' physical activity level, sedentary behavior seems to be a determinant of their metabolic health. Here you have insulin, all the component of the metabolic syndrome, but the same is also true for hepatic data, but Valérie will show that perfectly tomorrow. And this is another way she analyzed with the clustering feature of the metabolic syndrome. To be honest, I don't really understand everything she did in this paper. That was great. And as you can see, the statistical model is very sophisticated, but I think the picture is very nice. So I really wanted to use it. So basically, and Valérie did it very well with the European Childhood Obesity Group, she kind of proposed a new recommendation with the group, is that for ages, we've said that we have to increase physical activity and to reach guidelines. But we all know that it's very difficult to ask people to increase their physical activity and to make them be active. But her results show that maybe if we change first sedentary behaviors as a first step, we might have significant clinical impact and outcomes. So the key message here is sedentary behaviors nowadays in our society, because we've built a society in which we're not made for. We're not physiologically made for this society, actually. And sedentary behavior might be the entrance instead of pushing to increase physical activity level. Of course, we have to push for both. But in some people, sedentary behaviors are the main entrance. And in Canada, what they did propose a couple of years ago is a 24-hour guidelines. So it's like sleep, physical activity, sitting time, screen time, and so on. And the idea that it's not very important to be, it's important to be active, of course, do not misinterpret what I'm saying, but maybe it's like the metabolic syndrome. It's good to be good in every component and not very good in just one component. This is what they try to explain. And they propose very, very interesting sheets like that to propose 24 guidelines, tips from the very young age. So I'm not going to go through this slide, but if you need that, it's available. It's an open access paper. But what we know now from this, from the literature, is that respecting or having a good profile when it comes to the 24-hour guidelines, sleep, sedentary behaviors, and then physical activity, has been, as you know, associated with body composition and body weight, healthy body composition, body weight, lipid profile and metabolic profile, I would say, cardiorespiratory fitness, brain function, executive function, mental health, sleep as well, sleep quality, of course, and sleep metabolism. But what we don't know, well, in about 10 minutes we will, but right now what we don't know is the fact that, is it associated with a healthy, with healthy eating behaviors? Does sleeping well, does being active, does being less sedentary will help me control my appetite and have a better healthy eating profile? And why do we raise this question? because if we go back to the first studies trying to identify the link between energy intake and energy expenditure in the mid-50s from John Mayer and then Edholm, what they did is that they tried to look at association between daily energy expenditure and energy intake. And in this first landmark paper, John Mayer found a perfect association between daily energy intake and expenditure in a large sample. And he concluded that my energy balance is so finely regulated that any expenditure of 1 kilocalorie is going to be compensated by an increase of 1 kilocalorie of my intake. That was clever and the results were clear. However, when you take a larger sample with a larger heterogeneity when it comes to the composition of the sample, this relation disappears. Why? Because here, all the people were West Bengal workers, all male. They all had the same kind of daily activities, eating behaviors, and so on. So what Edholm concluded is that this relation might depend on the phenotype of the population. So the link between my daily activities and the energetic implication and appetite control might depend on my phenotype and especially on my daily activities. And this is what John Taylor, based on Mayer's work, proposed in 1974, based on those studies from Mayer. What he proposed is that there might be a G-shaped relation, meaning that depending on your daily physical activity level and sedentary behaviors, you might be in a non-regulated appetite control zone or in a regulated zone, meaning that the highest is my physical activity and the better is going to be my appetite control. And the lower is my physical activity and the worse is going to be my appetite control. And we will try to explain that and to see that in kids, and especially in terms of behaviors. And this was a theory in 1974. And more recently, Christine Beaulieu in the team of John Blundell and Graham Finlayson, we've been very lucky to work with them for a couple of years now. What she did is that she used a systematic and meta-analytic approach, and she used in the literature all the evidences that clearly measured energy expenditure and energy intake with good methods, good level of methodology, sorry. And she identified the G-shaped curve and said, yes, that might be true actually. So the G-shaped curve might be definitely true in our population. And this is very alarming because in kids, if you take the evolution of sedentary behaviors and physical activity, and especially moderate to vigorous physical activity is decreasing with time, meaning that a 10-year-old kid has a lower physical activity today than a 10-year-old kid 10 years ago. So it decreases with time and it decreases with age. We all know that with age, unfortunately, our level of physical activity decreases. So this is very alarming because it means that it put all or most of the population in this zone. So that's very important to understand that now most of the population is in the non-regulated zone. I told you that we've built a society for which we are not physiologically done. And the question is as well, if I have a very high physical activity level, let's say I'm an international soccer player in the national team, I might train 5 hours a day, but I might also spend 10 hours sitting, lying, resting, watching TV, and so on. So I might be very active, but I might have also a very high sedentary level. So as an introduction, I told you that this is a combination between physical activity and sedentary time that we really need to consider, and especially when it comes to appetite control. And this is what we're going to try to look at. So we have several studies that have tried specifically in kids. I'm only going to use evidence now in kids. They tried to understand, or at least to see the associations between active behaviors, physical activity and sedentary time, and appetite control. And what they found here is that the type of meal you have, the type of eating habits you have, are associated with your physical activity level, as I mentioned, the fact to reach or not to reach the guidelines, but also our sedentary behaviors. And basically, their conclusion is that the more sedentary you are and the less active you are, and the worse are your eating habits. It was in terms of type of meals. But then in this nice work, they compare different kind of screen, because I mentioned you that for screen time, sedentary behaviors, most of the time we use screen time to assess it and sitting time. But screen time, it's you are actually being seated and looking at a screen. Okay, this is a screen for you. And your cell phone is a screen, and your computer is a screen, and your TV, of course, and so on. So screen time is huge, and I would encourage you to kind of calculate tonight how many hours per day you spend seated or in front of screen. That's that, and especially to come to Vichy. The train is pretty long though, so I'm sorry. It's my fault that you have been sedentary for the last couple of days. So anyway, when you look at the type of screen, the odd ratio is completely different. Regarding junk food, you're very more likely to have an unhealthy eating habits compared to eating fruit and veggies, which is what we are here for. I guess we want to encourage the consumption of healthy food. And then maybe to encourage the consumption of healthy food, one of the first lever might be to say, decrease your screen time. A couple of years ago, we would have said that there is no link. Why? But there is clearly a link, and not only a behavioral link. We will see that there is also a physiological link between screen time, the type of screen, and our eating habits. I will, for the sake of time, I will do that. And then it's true also that it depends on the number of sedentary behaviors we are having. Being seated, the type of screen, the combination of both, using motorized transportation, it's also sedentary behaviors, using the elevator and not the stairs, and so on. And the more you're likely to adopt sedentary behavior through the course of the day, and the more you're likely to have an unhealthy eating lifestyle. And those data are in kids, of course. And basically here, it's been shown that, of course, this association between our daily activities and specifically, and I will emphasize that later, screen time is intimately associated with body weight and body weight status. So it has real clinical implications. And I will try to show you a couple of studies. So even though I've been very lucky to work on that work, Jean-Philippe Chaput must be granted for this work. It's been the masterpiece in that. It's an international study. You have then about 7,000 kids, 15 countries, physical activity and sedentary time have been measured using accelerometers, which is an objective way to measure behaviors or to quantify, I would say, our movement, not behaviors. And then we had a deep dietary recall process in order to evaluate eating habits in those kids. And what we tried to look at is the combination of the recommendation, as I said, sleep, screen time, and physical activity. And as you can see here, unfortunately, very few of them, only 7% of those 7,000 kids around the world met the 3 recommendations. And when you do not consider sleep, it's only 16% who are reaching the sitting time, well, sedentary behaviors and physical activity recommendations. But then in this work, what we've done is that with Jean-Philippe, we built a healthy diet score. It's been kind of lots of mathematics and so on, but by the end of the day, believe me, the higher is the score, the healthier is your diet and so on. But what we found is that basically, which was not very surprising to us when looking at the literature, but was clear regarding the evidence we had from this work, is that the more you'll say, okay, this is what you're talking about for the last 10, you've been talking about the last 10 minutes, but the more you respect the guidelines and the more you combine the different guidelines, and the healthier is your diet. That was supposed to be the key message. But to me and to Jean-Philippe, the key message is that, look, screen is all over here. So the combination and the association of combinations with a healthy diet always involves the respect of sedentary behavior guidelines. So definitely we had those kind of epidemiological work a couple of years ago, and the work from Valérie clearly showed that yes, sedentary behaviors and screen time might be the target, the first at least target. I'm not saying, please, that we don't have to encourage physical activity and sleep behaviors. Of course we have to, but screen time seems to be something that we really have to look at right now. So each time screen time is associated. So there has been other studies. That was the High School International study. This is the Elena work, a European work. I know some here have been involved. And in this work, what they very elegantly did is that more than 1,000 people, kids, of course, 8 cities around Europe, accelerometers and dietary recall. And what they found, even though the results might be not very clear because there is a huge individual variability, but believe me once more, please, that globally, when it comes to the kind of meal you have and the consumption of fruit and vegetables, because I think this is what we are here for as well, but not only, but mainly now, is really associated with the sedentary time, definitely. And this is exactly the same with the kind of drink we have. The lower is my sedentary time, and the more likely I am to rely on water when I'm thirsty. So this is really important to understand that basically physical activity is obviously important, but then it's sedentary time that might make the difference. And this is the very last paper I found last week, once more from our colleague and friend Jean-Philippe. And they clearly did it looking at breakfast consumption, of course, but also looking at fruit and vegetables in kids from the province of Ontario in Canada. And what they found is that, of course, once more, the more you respect guidelines and you combine guidelines, and then the healthier is your diet. But specifically in terms of fruit and veggies, you're more likely to eat fruit and veggies when you respect those guidelines and the combination of those guidelines. And this is very interesting because what their result, when they divided by the type of guidelines, what they found is that physical activity is all over the association, no problem. We know that. Aristotle knew that way before Jesus Christ, okay? And we are in 2022, so I guess we're pretty late. But then what they found is that sedentary behaviors are really today what makes difference in those associations. So I might be repeating myself a little bit, but I just want you to understand those are very recent evidence last week. And it's clear that now we know that respecting behavioral guidelines are very important. We all know that, and you don't need me to know that, of course. Google can help you with that, it's fine. But what is really important is the fact that we have maybe to change our view to approach behavioral changes when it comes to movement behaviors, and sedentary behaviors might be a good target. So even though I've been asked to talk about behaviors, I cannot do a talk without some physiology inside it, of course. But why? Those are behaviors, excuse me. But why? It's not only association. There are some underneath physiological, neurophysiological, and neurocognitive pathways that are involved. And specifically, and what's interesting is the fact that we can affect them positively using exercise. We've shown that many, many times in kids, and especially in kids with obesity. But then what is interesting is that screen time is worsening those pathways. There is a decrease in the quality of those pathways with screen time. So basically what we have is that we have the physiological pathways. The more active I am, and the better is going to be my appetite control when it comes to the concentration of some gastropeptides, and specifically the regulation, the meal-to-meal regulation of my anorexigenic gastropeptides, and the better regulation of my acylated ghrelin at the anorexigenic one. So that's very important. Exercise will help those physiological meal-to-meal pathway, and that's been very nicely shown in both kids by Unschede and collaborators, and in adults, that the more I'm active and the higher is the intensity of my activity, and the better is my response when it comes to gastropeptides. We have the same thing with the neurophysiological pathways. Nicole Filmbach, who's unfortunately not here, she was supposed to give a talk tomorrow, but she couldn't make it from US, unfortunately. So you might have to listen to me again, I'm sorry. But and then what she found is that, you know, when we have visual food cues, our brain is going to activate more or less. And then with obesity, unfortunately, this activation increases. And exercise and the physical activity level might help decrease this activation. And some results using EEG have been obtained by Nicole, and you also have the same kind of result with fMRI, of course. And then something, I'm not 2 slides, I think. And then basically what I was not familiar with at all, but then when we had the chance to have Maud Miguet in PhD in our lab, she was supposed to do something very, very physiology, lots of peptides and so on. And after a month, she ended up saying that I'm very into cognitive control and neurocognition and so on. So she did it, of course, because she decided it. And she was right, because what she found is that indeed, in kids with obesity, when you increase their physical activity level, you might improve the cognitive response to a meal, but you might also improve the food reward system in response to a meal. There is still, as you can see here, a huge variability, but I'm going to discuss those data more in deep tomorrow. But then what I just want to show you here is that there are 3 main pathways controlling our energy intake and appetite control that are involved clearly in the G-shaped curve I showed you during the introduction. The neurophysiological, peripheral central physiological crosstalk, and then the neurocognitive pathways. And all those pathways are improved with my physical activity level and sleep, of course. And they are affected by sedentary time. So it's not just epidemiological associations between accelerometer-based data and then eating scores. There are underneath mechanisms that we really need to consider if you want to improve those behaviors on the long term. We know that behaviors are very, very difficult to change, but there are some physiology underneath that we also need to consider. So basically, in the 80s, John Blundell proposed a model linking physical activity, what he called exercise back then, but now we call it more physical activity. We should call it daily activities, because as I mentioned, it's not only exercise and physical activity. But he proposed this model saying that acutely, we might have a better control of the meal-to-meal physiological process controlling energy intake. And on the long term, through my body composition, I'm not going to go through that. But what we know now that not only exercise, but sedentary time, sleep time, and physical activity, and mainly today, sedentary behaviors are impacting all those pathways controlling my appetite control. And we did add here all the neurocognitive pathways that were missing, because even though I'm a physiologist, when you look at hormone concentration and you have your ghrelin going down, you're like, wow, that's cool. He's going to hit less. But by the end of the day, he's not. So you have to understand what control appetite the most. And we believe that, especially in kids with obesity, it's that those neurocognitive pathways, especially food reward, that is really, really involved in the control of energy intake. So 24-hour guidelines definitely impact overall health, as WHO would say, physical, social, and mental health. And one of the pathway is appetite control. And once more, I would like to thank Valérie once more, and Daniel is not there, unfortunately, but a couple of years ago, we updated the model proposed by Blair and collaborators, showing that your behaviors when you're a kid will impact your health at the time you're a kid, but it will also be associated with your physical behaviors when you're going to get older and your health when you're going to get older. And using all, we change physical activity and sedentary by 24-hour guidelines. All those 3 components of our behaviors are very important. And thanks to the work we've been conducted here and with our colleagues and Valérie, we introduced the appetite control in the middle. It's a key parameter. So yes, our movement behaviors are highly important because they will improve my energy metabolism, not only through energy expenditure, but also through energy intake, eating behaviors, and appetite control. Thank you so much for your attention.
Please stand up. Just for 30 seconds. Please stand up. More than 130 minutes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. the high school studies, we also looking at 24-hour pattern. And so you cannot have some factor in terms of routine and chaos and all.
Yeah, unfortunately, in those big databases, what we've done is that all the results are adjusted on socioeconomic status. But there is also in the high school, the issues of the different kind of country. Because when you compare Ottawa with Mexico City or with a city in Kenya, it's absolutely completely different. So in the model, it's been adjusted on that. But I definitely agree and jump on Michael's grand conclusions this morning that at some point we really have to consider specific studies in specific populations, because for sure, and especially when it comes to appetite control is deeply determined by our culture as well. And the eating culture is so different between different countries and will be so impacted by the socioeconomic status as well. So we adjust the model, but we don't have clear comparison. I would just like to remind you that for lunchtime, you have to pick up your box, second floor, and there is the Aprifel symposium during lunchtime in this room. So I would really encourage you to participate to this symposium. It's going to be fascinating. So this is why you have lunch boxes and not a buffet. It's just to take the box and come back here and to attend this symposium. Thank you.
Very interesting session, and Celine, not coming from the same, but not so far. So Celine, please, you have 25 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. So I represent today the European Club of Pediatric Dietitians, as I am part of the board. Dietitians is a population which is concretely facing parents during the consultation, and we're supposed to provide concrete recommendations, concrete tips, concrete guidelines in order to support the parents in their choice of food for their children and their whole family. So they are supposed to be very aware about the nutritional quality of products on the market, which means that as a professional association, we are supposed to help them to be able to discriminate the nutritional quality of product on the market by providing different nutrition panel data and support them to have a critical view on the nutritional quality of product on the market. This is particularly relevant when we talk about products with marketing targeting consumers and especially children. We all know, and it has been very well demonstrated in previous papers, that the food marketing is having a big impact on the representations, on the positive attitude, the preference, the consumption of food by children, especially in young children. This has a very, very big impact, and that provides to parents the belief that the product is particularly good for their children, particularly nutritionally balanced for their children. And this is particularly true in a family with overweight and obese children. If we look at the products which are marketed to kids, it's that most of them don't have the nutritional quality we could expect. For instance, this is an analysis from France, with Santé Publique France in 2018, and finally, more than 50% of the products shown by the kids on TV were having a Nutri-Score D or E as a quotation. They also had a look with the WHO nutrition profiling system, and finally 70% of the products on the TV targeting the were not fitting with this kind of criteria. So it's well known that products targeting children on TV, on internet and so on don't have a positive nutritional profile. And it's also available in the UK, in Canada, in the US and in Australia about the marketing providing on packaging. So what we wanted to do is to have the same kind of analysis on our market, French market, and concretely visited all the supermarkets, hypermarkets, hard discounts, organic food stores, about 98% of market share, in order to pick up all the products having on their packaging a marketing related to children. So use the informal scoring in order to identify all the means used by the marketing targeting children, which is cartoons, characters, mascots, direct communication, games, prime and pack, license, and so on. And we identified 1,155 products in all the different categories of products. Concretely, most of the products were biscuits, cereal, pastries, following by chocolate, sweets, candies, milk products. Most of them were dairy desserts and some plain and flavored milk. Breakfast cereal, cereal bars, breakfast biscuits, some fruit puree and fresh fruits, and some drinks. This is a first learning. We can say that most of the products were sweet. Concretely, 89% of the sample were having some added and free sugar in their ingredient list. If we have a look to the ingredient list, 23% of them were having a sweetener as a first ingredient. This is very consistent with what has been demonstrated in the past in other publications. Most of the products targeting children in their marketing are finally sweet products. And then we had an assessment of the nutritional quality of this product with 3 kinds of profiling systems. The first one was Nutri-Score. I do believe you all know Nutri-Score. Is putting in place in France from 17. Voluntary base, so industrial are open to use it or not. It's a square of colors with different quotation of quality in order to assess the quality, the nutritional quality. Secondly, we use the WHO profiling system, which has been designed in 2015 in order to discriminate the products that can communicate targeting to kids or not, depending on their nutritional quality. So different criteria have been defined depending on the food category. And then we had a look to the degree of processing of the product in our sample by using the NOVA classification, which has been designed in 2009 in South of America by the team of Carlos Montero.
Please can you close all your microphone?
En fait, parce que là, je suis encore en bruit parce qu'en fait, il m'a sorti de...
We will try to do sorry for that.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we use these 3 different profiling systems in order to assess the quality of our sample. First result, only 20% of the products were wearing the Nutri-Score label as a front of pack labeling. So as I said, this is voluntary. The industrial are not, it's not a mandatory for them to put it on the packaging. It's interesting to compare that with the national survey, because at the same time, the French government were having a look at the product wearing the Nutri-Score on the packaging, and there were 50% of the global market with the Nutri-Score. So in our sample, only 20% of the products, food and beverage, were having the Nutri-Score, which could say that the product targeting children are not the one putting in place first the Nutri-Score labeling. Secondly, we had a look to the product with and without Nutri-Score on pack. So on the left part, you have the product with the label, and right part of the table, you have the product without the label. It's easy to compare and to see that in the sample of product with the Nutri-Score as a front of pack labeling, you have a little bit more of Nutri-Score A and B, and in the product without the Nutri-Score, you have a part likely augmented of Nutri-Score D and E, which is finally quite consistent with what has been demonstrated in the literature. Globally, the industrial who take the decision to put the Nutri-Score on the label are usually in a better quality and better quotation of Nutri-Score. It's interesting to compare these figures with the one from the Santé Publique France again, because they had another assessment of the product with a Nutri-Score on the market at the same period. And finally, they were found 31% Nutri-Score A, when we have only 14. They were looking at Nutri-Score D for 20% of the product with Nutri-Score, when we had 31, and 9% of Nutri-Score A, and we had 15. So if we compare only pre-packed product with Nutri-Score on the market, we can say that in our sample of product targeting children, the scores, the quotation are not as good as the rest of the market. If we now have a look to the whole sample, so I mean product with and without Nutri-Score, all our sample, we have more than 50% of the sample which is Nutri-Score D and E. So it's very, very high when we know that the public recommendation of PNNS is having a recommendation to avoid this kind of product on the day-to-day basis in children's diet. So let's have a look now to the WHO nutrition profile model. So the aim of the publication was to have a look to product targeting children. So 100% of our sample is having marketing featuring marketing element targeting children. It's all of the study. And if we have a look to this sample with regard to the criteria of WHO, only finally 94% of the sample would not being able to communicate targeting to kids if they were following this recommendation, which is very, very high because most of them were in forbidden category. This system is working with 7 categories which cannot communicate targeting to kids. It's about pastry, biscuits, savory drinks, and also chocolate and candies. So a big part of our sample is in this category. The second limiting criteria is the total sugar, and the third one is added sugar. So definitely, again, the sugar is the component which is a big topic for food targeting children. I cannot move anymore. So next slide. Thank you very much. One other learning which is interesting is to have a special view on this product. So finally, the products which are fitting with the WHO criteria were, for most of them, fresh fruits, processed fruits, plain yogurt, plain milk, water. And if we have a look to this 59 products and we compare the score of Nutri-Score with the complete sample, it's very interesting to see that in this part of the sample, Nutri-Score A and B are very high compared to the whole sample, which means that there is a very big consistency between the WHO nutrient profiling system and Nutri-Score. They are globally the same kind of result. If we now have a look to the food processing degree, so we use the NOVA classification, which is based on the analysis of the ingredient list. Finally, you need to have a look to all the ingredients to identify the processed ingredients and additives. The results are very, very high because finally 87% of the sample were with ultra-processed foods. The part of non-processed or low-processed foods was very low, with only 6%. This is very consistent with the publication of Ecog, the call to action, which is very interesting about the food consumption of ultra-processed in pediatric population. If we have a look to the quality of the ingredient list, this is very consistent because the concept of NOVA classification is to have a look to the ingredient list. Of course, we find much more elements in the ingredient list, a longer ingredient list for the ultra-processed food, and the number of additives is much higher also. If we have a look specifically to the ultra-processed food markers that we found in our sample, this is not only about additives, it's also about ingredients which are highly processed, such as glucose syrup, starch, natural flavoring, artificial flavorings, gelatin, and so on. So on top of additives, the part of ultra-processed ingredients is very, very high in the product targeting the children in their marketing. We also had a look to the comparison between the Nutri-Score quotation and the ultra-processed quotation. In previous different scientific studies, it has been demonstrated a kind of gradient between A and E Nutri-Score and the proportion of ultra-processed food. For instance, in this publication, only 23% of Nutri-Score A products were ultra-processed, when 85% were ultra-processed in Nutri-Score E. This is something we absolutely didn't find in our study, because if you look at the last line of ACAT, 28% of Nutri-Score A products were ultra-processed, which is quite low compared to the rest, but after, from Nutri-Score B to Nutri-Score E, finally, each time the proportion of ultra-processed food is higher than 90%, which means that even with a quite good nutritional quality, the products targeting children are concretely very, very ultra-processed in all the categories. So finally, you can find many other results in our publication. What is interesting is this analysis is to say that this is not the global diet of children. This is just about pre-packed food with marketing targeting children. But we all know that this marketing has big influence on the choice of parents and on the choice and the pressure from children to choose this kind of product. And we know that this kind of products are higher in terms of proportion of Nutri-Score D and E. They are not fitting with the WHO recommendation, and they are, for most of them, highly processed. So as a professional association, we would like the legislation to be higher, to restrict how the company can communicate targeting children on depending on the nutritional quality of products. Thank you. I did.
Time for two quick questions about the label, Nutri-Score also, and the effects. No? Sure. No. Yeah, thank you. I would like to ask actually how to divide the Nutri-Score or the non-score are not developed in the rest of the world.
Well,
Useful like
today, Nutri-Score is adopted in 7 countries in Europe, but on a voluntary basis. And I think you are aware that there is a big discussion at European level in order to choose one common front-of-pack labeling for nutrition by the end of this year. This has been postponed to mid of next year. Apparently, according to the feedback, Nutri-Score will not be the one. It could be an adapted format of Nutri-Score or something else. But I think that there are many big lobbying in order to identify which kind of label will be chosen.
Thank you for a nice presentation. This is just to remind our audience
that we need to restore or not apply to baby foods.
Absolutely.
Foods which are dedicated to children up to 3 years of age, and they are following the special European rules.
Yes, absolutely. And in this study, we were not having a look to baby food products. It was only from 3 years old.
So thanks to everybody, thanks to our top speakers. It was wonderful, very interesting. Coffee together and to work this exercise. And we are meeting at 11:30 for our presentation in a little bit less than 25 minutes. Thank you.
It's nice to meet you. Check with Daphne. On my presentation.
Hi everyone. I know that you are still missing some people who are enjoying the cooking apparently. But for the sake of time, I guess we're gonna start. And, I think those oral presentations are very, very important for Ecog because the aim of Ecog is, as you know, to translate research into daily practice. That's for sure. But the aim of Ecog is also to give the floor to young students, young researchers, and sometimes we have orals also from seniors who have very fresh data or preliminary data, which is absolutely fine. I just want to remind everyone that we had about 60 submissions, which is quite a lot of submissions. And I really want to thank the scientific committee who went through a deep and strict evaluation process. And of course, there are many posters second floor who clearly deserve to be oral presentations, but at some point it was not all about the quality, it was also about some kind of harmonization between the presentations. So that's why I really ask you to, especially when you're a senior, or I would say an experienced researcher, I would encourage you to visit the posters and all the people who are posters to stay close to your poster and to discuss those results. That's highly important. So now we're going to start, and this is, it's been called the life and metabolism session, but as you will see, it's kind of once more very multidisciplinary. Okay, so those are many, not all of them, but most of them are young researchers, young students, and they need our questions. That's for sure. So we will start right now with the first presentation. And the first presentation is from Poland. And I'm very happy to have you here. I've been exchanging quite a lot and
Hello.
been doing an impressive amount of research lately. And is it spread?
Hello.
So you have 7 or 8 minutes if you want to have some questions. Don't worry, we are a little bit late. The presentation from Professor Tamazo is going to be available online, and we won't have it here because she couldn't make it for both. But the presentation is here, it's recorded, and we have access. So, Mr. Baran.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Joanna Baran. I represent University of Rzeszów in Poland, and I would like to present the results of our study, the influence of early childhood diet on the level of physical activity and body mass composition in children. The aim of the study was to check whether the length of breastfeeding period and time when child started eating the solid food have an impact on their body mass composition and physical activity level in preschool or school ages. Our study group consisted of 1,002 children, but unfortunately we didn't have all data for all children. So finally, our study group consists 780 children, refers to information about the start eating solid food, and 625 children refers to the time of the length of breastfeeding. All children were in 3 to 16 years old. The criteria for inclusion were consent of the parent or legal guardian for the child's participation in the study. We also need the consent of the child to participate in the study, and the age of the child should be between 3 and 16 years old. We exclude children with disability or injuries in the lower limbs, making it impossible to take up physical activity. We exclude also children with epilepsy, with metal implants, with implanted pacemaker, and also girls' menstruation in a day of examination. In each children, we assessed the body height using stadiometer SECA. We also assessed body mass composition analyzing analyzer TINITA. We assessed also 7-day physical activity using accelerometers Actigraph. And we asked about the basic socio-demographical factors and about the length of breastfeeding and time when child started eating a solid food with a short questionnaire. And the results, in our study group, girls had more fat tissue and boys had more free fat tissue, which is normal difference between boys and girls. We divided the whole group, depend on the age of the participants, for 3 groups. The first group was 3 to 6 years old, and it was a group with preschool children. Then we've got the second group, 7 to 13 years old, and it was a primary school children. And the third group was between 14 to 16 years old, and it was a secondary school. And the analysis showed that the highest level of fat tissue was in the oldest group, and the highest level of total body water was in the group between 7 and 13 years old. Then we want to check how the time when the child started eating solid food had an impact on the body mass composition. And we saw that children who started eating the same food like the other members of family after the end of the first year of life, these children, they've got more total body water than children who started before the end of the first year. We also would like to check how the length of breastfeeding influenced on the body mass composition. And we noted that children who were breastfed less than 6 months, these children, they've got higher value of fat mass, and children who were breastfed at least 6 months, they've got more free fat mass. Then we checked how was the level of physical activity, and girls were more sedentary and boys were more active. Depending on the age of the respondents, the middle group, between 7 and 13 years old, was the most active, and the most sedentary was the oldest group. Then we want to check how the time when the child starting eating a solid food influence on the physical activity. Is there any connection? And we noted that children who started before the end of the first year, these children were more sedentary, and children who were breastfed at least 6 months, these children were more active than children who were breastfed shorter than 6 months. And conclusions, diet in early childhood shows an influence on body mass composition and physical activity in later years, shortening the time of breastfeeding and earlier introduction of solid food may result in abnormal body mass composition and lower levels of physical activity. Thank you for your attention.
Do you have any questions from the floor? Maybe I'll start with one though. Did you control or did you adjust for the physical activity level? Because you said at the beginning of the breastfeeding time and length, you might have different recommendation. Did you adjust those variables according to
Not yet, because it was a short part of our analysis, and we are preparing the next one analysis.
Yes.
Thank you. We've had lots of children over quite a wide age range, although you didn't divide them by sexes. I mean, were they all from the same sort of social distribution, same amount of gardens and opportunities? That's one question. You said it's higher in the older children. It's unreal, it's surprising. This is because of that muscle mass ratio or something. And the third question, you say, did not start in solid food until after. Yeah. And what do you mean by solid food? Because I thought the children who don't start without solid food until after the year. They're pretty few and far between.
Thank you for the question. I mean, solid food is the same meals like the other parts of the family. Maybe the translation is not okay. Sorry. Maybe we should extend our research to check it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So now, it's a pleasure for Mr. Suda.
Thank you. So good morning to everyone. So my name is Nelson. I'm a public health medical doctor and come from Portugal. I'm going to present this work about obesity and physical fitness of students in the northern region of Portugal and the socio-economic conditions. So the proposal is to analyze the association of body mass index with the levels of physical fitness of students in the north of Portugal, but also to analyze the association between different school environments based on the proportion of students that were economically disadvantaged with body mass index and physical fitness levels. Data was collected in the beginning of the 2018 and 2019 school year, just before the pandemic, and all public primary and secondary school located in the north region of Portugal, according to the Portuguese three-level regions territorial units, were eligible for inclusion in this study. So private schools were excluded. So we had a total of 411 schools and more than 180,000 students enrolled. And NUTS is abbreviation for nomenclature territorial units that's used only for statistic purposes, and it divides the country in territories. So after applying the inclusion and exclusion criteria, we had 214 schools and 39,412 students eligible for study. So it represents 21.5% of all students enrolled in 2018 in schools in the north of Portugal, and all of them were evaluated. It means that all territorial units of the north was included in the total of 33 municipalities or cities. I'm going to say always cities because it's more easy for me to say the word. Sorry. So the escola, battery. Escola means school in Portuguese, in English, sorry. It was used to assess physical fitness and anthropometry. The physical fitness manual, videos, and protocols are available in this online platform, and the retest reliability was recently published in this paper here. For all variables in this battery, including anthropometry, cutoff points were used by sex and age, and classified in the healthy zone or need to improve. So obesity and overweight indicators were evaluated by body mass index, of course, and percentage of fat mass and waist circumference. But we had a lot of missing values in these two variables. Physical fitness indicators were evaluated by the mile and shuttle test for cardiorespiratory fitness, abdominal and push-up test for upper body muscular fitness, sit and reach for flexibility, horizontal jump test for lower body muscle fitness, 40-meter sprint for speed, and 4 times 10 meters shuttle run test for agility. So, to assess school environment, the proportion of students at economic disadvantage was calculated for each school through the percentage ratio of students with free or reduced price school meals, according to the recent literature, which in Portugal corresponds to students in grades A and B of school social programs, which means free lunches for grade A and 50% discount for grade B. The purchasing power per capita was used as an indirect variable of economic development of the city where these schools are located. So to analyze all this relationship between individual and physical fitness variables, body mass index, and other context variables such as school through the proportion of students at economic disadvantage and city through the power purchasing per capita, a multi-level regression was carried out at 3 levels. So almost 32% of the evaluated students had overweight or obese body mass index. On the other hand, 2.2% of the evaluated students had a body mass index compatible with extreme thinness. Most students have healthy physical fitness. Boys show a greater performance than girls in cardiorespiratory, muscle strength, speed, and agility tests, while girls outperformed boys in flexibility. However, in push-ups tests, almost half of the students were not in the healthy zone, and worse was observed in the sit and reach and 4 times 10 shuttle run test, where most of the students need to improve these capacities. In this histogram, you can see we use it as the cut point of for the proportion of students that economic disadvantage, the 50% of the students, and we can see that almost 20% of the schools have a higher proportion of students at economic disadvantage. For the purchasing power per capita, we use as a reference 100 because it represents the national purchasing power per capita. And in the red cycle here, we see those who have lower purchasing power per capita and higher proportion of students at economic disadvantage. This represents schools that are located in the interior of the north of Portugal, far from the big cities and with lower population density. And in orange circles, we can see those that are in the same place, with the same purchasing power per capita. So they are in the same city, but with different and extreme levels of proportion of students with the economic disability. And this suggests high inequality in the same city, of course. And these 3 cities represent the 3 biggest cities of the biggest district in the north of Portugal, that is Porto, as you probably know. So this is the city of Gaia, Matosinhos, and Porto. And Porto is the city where you have the biggest purchasing power per capita. And in fact, in 2019, these 2 cities, Matosinhos and Porto, was the 2 cities that presents the most economic asymmetries in my country. Here you can see the relation between the purchasing power per capita and the proportion of students at economic disadvantage, and there's a strong correlation between lower purchasing power per capita and high proportion of students at economic disadvantage, and a strong and significant correlation between these 2 variables. And these two variables interaction with the body mass index, we didn't find a significant association, but we can see in the left box here the tendency for higher body mass index in in schools with lower proportions of students at economic disadvantage. We were not expecting for this result, so we analyzed it carefully and we divided the body mass index by categories, and we find out that in schools with the proportion of students at economic disadvantage more than 40%, we observed that they have more percentage of students with the body mass index with extreme thinness. So finally, for the multi-level regression, we find that the body mass index and schools with high proportion of students at economic disadvantage have a significant effect in the performance of all physical fitness tests. We didn't find the effect of the CD through the purchasing power per capita. So we can see that higher body mass index is related to less fitness in all categories. Even those here, they are positive results because these are measured in seconds. So less seconds, better performance; more seconds, worse performance. And as we can see here, schools that present students with more proportions at economic disadvantage also have lower performance in almost all physical fitness tests, except for the flexibility and the agility. So there is a high prevalence of overweight and obese students in the northern region of Portugal. Higher body mass index and higher proportion of students at the economic disadvantaged schools are associated with students with lower physical fitness. The multi-level models allow us to capture the difference between schools, but not the cities. It did not seem to be decided to the difference observed. The main limitation of the present study is due to the fact that we analyze the proportion of students at economic disadvantage by school and not by students, which may give rise to ecological fallacy, as you know. And thank you very much. Just to finish, as you know, among different environments, the school is one of the most important for children and young people. They spend 1/3 of their lives there. So in order to reach a large number of children from different social status, schools represent a privileged means for the promotion of physical activity, as David says, and Nelson general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So did you look at the nutrition quality of the school meals? It may be important, but also it may be the only
the quality of the diet, the nutrition in the schools, or well, no, it's not possible. Every school was represented in this study. We had to ask each school for each week what was the meal. But the thing is, you are correct. Some kids, some children here, they have their own meal in the school. Yes, that's true. And to be honest, we had this big issue since the economic crisis in my country in 2010. The poverty child get worse in all indicators, and since then, the financial support for the government significantly reduced in all programs, not only in the social school programs. And this means that there's a lot of poor students in Portugal that are not included in the grade A or grade B for the social school programs, and they should be. So yes, some of them, they eat correctly when they are at school only.
I think it's really important because sometimes we're looking at BMI and we're thinking
We're not thinking about the fact that maybe the child is malnourished with a high BMI.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yes.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, we are quite short on time and I don't want to delay the next session. So there are plenty of questions I might have some for you at lunchtime, but I have to go through the next presentation with Israel. Thank you so much for
Thank you. Thank you all.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm Wenlan Nguyen, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher working in the ERO team, so from the Center of Research in Epidemiology and Statistics. And so today I'm going to present you some results from an ongoing work on children health metabolic patterns at 5 years and their association with birth weight. So first of all, I'd like to thank the organizing team for providing the opportunity to present my findings today. Let's start about the conceptual framework of my work. So I guess you're all very familiar with the first 1,000 days, and it has been set up as a policy and so funding priority in multiple countries, including France recently. Okay, and so these first 1,000 days, this period that covers, you want me to get closer?
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Could you use that microphone because the people online, they cannot listen to the other one.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so I tried to get close. I'm just use this one. Okay, use this one. Okay, but so the group can hear me. So sorry. Okay. So these first 1,000 days, the period of life that covers conception through the child's second birthday. That is used in Barker's work in the later part of the 20th century. And so Barker's work has shown that poor nutrition in early life have been could lead to a free phenotype, which means that developing organ systems so they adapt to reduce availability of nutrients, and then so in a very rapid development period, so-called critical periods. And these adaptations were detrimental, advantageous for the survival, detrimental in the later health. In particular, many evidence have shown that lower birth weight is associated with later cardiovascular diseases in adult life. Growing body of evidence show that precursors of adult cardiovascular diseases can only be observed in childhood, such as excess of adiposity, elevated blood pressure, high insulin resistance, and so on. And so, unsurprisingly, these precursors are interrelated, even in children. And in adults, that this constellation of cardiovascular risk factors has been defined as the metabolic syndrome. And there are multiple quantitative definitions of metabolic syndrome in children and quantitative assessment of the syndrome, but there's still a lack of consensus. And which led the American Academy of Pediatrics to focus on the metabolic risk factors. Sorry, forgot. Clustering rather than attempting to define metabolic syndrome per se in children. And so there's still a lack of so metabolic risk factors clustering are still poorly investigated, especially from early ages. But this is crucial to identify metabolic risk factors cluster that share common etiology in early childhood because it could facilitate their monitoring and primary prevention. Yet metabolic risk factors remain largely studied individually against early life risk factors. And so the aim of my study was to describe children metabolic health phenotype at age 5 years and to study their association with birth weight, which is an indicator of clinical growth. So this study was run on the AGENT study, which is the French birth cohort study that recruited 2,002 pregnant women between 2003 and 2006 in 2 maternity units, located in Nancy and Poitiers. So what the methods? We characterize birth weight using customized birth weight scores, using Ecog and Caloris methods adjusted on fetal sex, gestational age, anatomical weight, height, and parity. We characterize biometric health phenotypes using principal component analysis, retaining the components with a minimal eigenvalue of 1. And we use all the calorimetric risk factors that are shown on the top of my slides that came mainly from the clinical examination at age 5 years. So it includes adiposity measurement, glucose homeostasis, blood pressure, and blood lipid levels measurement. So, to study the association between birth weight and these cardiometabolic health phenotypes, we run multilinear regression, adjusting on parental socioeconomic background and health parameters. So briefly, to talk about an AGENT cohort, it's two-thirds of highly educated mothers, as in most cohorts, and we only got 6% of gestational diabetes, 6% of preterm, and in our study sample, which is currently, which is actually a subsample of AGENT cohort, we have 1,120 mother and child diets, which is even more highly educated. So about the cardiometabolic health phenotype at age 5 years, we identified four phenotypes. The first one being driven by high adiposity and insulin resistance and early adiposity rebound. The second one being driven by high blood pressure and insulin resistance. The third one being driven by high triglyceride, LDL cholesterol, and low HDL cholesterol, and the last one being driven by high blood pressure and LDL cholesterol. So about the association now with birth weight, we observed no association with the first pattern, but we observed that greater birth weight was associated with the lower score in the phenotype driven by high blood pressure and insulin resistance. We observed as well that a high birth weight was associated with a higher score, in the phenotype driven by high triglyceride and LDL cholesterol and low HDL cholesterol, but we observed no association with the last phenotype. We observed as well no interaction with sex, and the results remain unchanged when we removed preterm. So to conclude on my presentation, we identified 4 health phenotypes, but in this French sample, and only one was driven by an excess of adiposity. We found that a greater birth weight was associated with lower score in the phenotype driven by high blood pressure and insulin resistance, and a higher score in the phenotype driven by high triglyceride, LDL cholesterol, and low HDL cholesterol as early as 5 years. This is very consistent with previous findings, but at later ages. But our study is unique because we have this sole one which investigates association against cognitive health phenotypes rather than individual complementary risk factors. And so to explain the association that we found, there's growing evidence that support that high birth weight newborn have greater lean mass and also undisturbed glucose homeostasis compared to low birth weight newborn. And there's also a body of evidence supporting that low birth weight infants might experience catch-up growth in the first months after birth, whereas high birth weight newborn might experience a growth dysregulation. And this mismatch phenomenon would have a lasting influence on cognitive health. So my results support the importance of life course prevention on cardiometabolic disorders, not only focus on an excess of very positive. And it also warrant for further studies because to shift the cardiometabolic disorders trajectory, we need to identify the levers at each stage of development and to monitor children constantly, especially those with newborn. So thank you for your attention, and I would also like to thank the Eden investigators, the Boston Eden families, and the Eden founders. And please do not hesitate to follow us on social media, and I'm going to take any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. We have time for one question, the audience. Yes.
Interesting data already at this early age. I was wondering as well if I had it correct that you included the children already in 2003, 2006, and that they are now 15 years old. Do you also have data on that?
Yes, we do have now data on later ages, so not adolescents. Unfortunately, we have metabolic assessment only for a very low number of participants. It's really hard to follow adolescents.
So thank you so much. Sorry, we have to move to the next question. But once more, we're gonna have time. We need a break. So now. So now we have Mr. Jules Sirou from Clermont-Auvergne University, who is actually going to present us some data from the master degree. So thank you, Julie.
Yeah, thank you everyone, and thanks to the European Shepherd Obesity Group that gives me this opportunity today to present this work, talking about the effect of tourism energetic deficit on appetitive responses in adolescents suffering obesity. First of all, in order to introduce the topic, it is important for me to recall that dietary restriction has been shown to activate behavioral and physiological compensatory mechanisms, such as a rise in hunger, in the brain concentration, or for example, a reduction of an increase of some anorexigenic peptides. While on the other hand, physical exercise have been shown to potentially counteract this effect of a dietary restriction by having an anorexigenic effect and reducing the substituted food intake. And today, very few studies have analyzed and compared the effect between two isocaloric deficits, one induced by diet and the other induced by exercise, on the appetite sensation and the food intake in children and adolescents suffering obesity. The systematic review shows us that dietary restriction lead to compensatory behavior and increase the food intake, while on the other hand, deficit induced by exercise did not lead to this compensatory behavior. But in the systematic review, among the 7 studies included, only one was with youth suffering obesity. And that study is that one that compared the effect of a dietary restriction and an energy deficit induced by exercise, in which we can see that both conditions here leads to a higher energy intake at the dimer ad libitum. But when we consider the degree of the deficit, we can see that there is a negative correlation between the individual deficit degree in the exercise condition and the food intake at the diner. While on the other hand, a positive correlation was found between the individual degree of deficit in the dietary restriction and the absolute energy intake. And this result suggests the importance of considering the absolute deficit and the degree of deficit. That is why in our study, we wanted to compare the appetitive responses to similar energy deficit
induced or by diet or by exercise online in adolescents suffering obesity. Concerning the method, all the children did an inclusion visit and they all performed the three conditions in a randomized order. And regarding the design, as you can see here, the control condition and the exercise condition had the same breakfast and the same lunches, while in the dietary restriction condition, the lunch was calibrated in order to generate a 400 kilocalories deficit. Also, in the exercise condition, the children performed 2 bouts of exercise, one during the morning and the other during the afternoon, in order to also have a 400 kilocalories deficit. Also, during the day, the appetite sensation were taken at regular interval, as you can see here with the black point, and the hedonic responses or the food reward was taken just before the alibitum diner. In our study, 20 adolescents suffering obesity were included, and they all performed the anthropometric measurements and the aerobic capacity test. And based on the results of this aerobic capacity test, we individualized the duration of the exercise for the children in the exercise condition. We also obtained the energy intake for each child considering the content of the calibrated breakfast and lunches, and for the alibitum diner, we weighed all the food items for each children in order to have the alibitum diner energy intake. And then the appetite sensation were measured using visual alarm scales and the food reward using the lead food preference questionnaire. Regarding the result, we can see that the dietary restriction in red lead to a higher absolute energy intake, but also a higher relative energy intake at diner, compared with both control condition and exercise condition. Regarding the appetite sensation, we also clearly see with the area under the curve in red that the dietary restriction lead to a higher hunger, desire to eat, and prospective food consumption, and a lower fullness compared with also control and exercise condition. And to finish, concerning the food reward, there were no significant results for the food choice and also for the explicit liking, but for the explicit wanting, there is a tendency to be higher in the exercise condition compared with the dietary condition. While for the implicit wanting food bias, it was lower in the exercise condition compared with the control condition. And this result highlights 3 key messages or key points. And the first is that exercise or physical activity can counteract the appetitive responses and did not increase the energy intake at diner or at the test meal. And also we can say that it's important to consider the deficit degree in order to activate this compensatory mechanism of exercise. And also we can wonder if they can have potential individual differences that can explain the lack or the absence of significant results for 3 of the 4 food reward variables. And as always in a study, there are some limitations. And first, the one is the fact that we did not use indirect calorimetry to control the energy expenditure of the children. And the second is that we could also have had physiological measurement of some appetite-related peptides that could have strengthened the conclusion. And the last is that the fact that the children were in a sanitary center in order to do the weight loss intervention could have possibly assigned their eating behaviors. And today my key message is that using physical exercise in order to generate an energy deficit in children can optimize the effect of a weight loss intervention by reducing the food intake and also by reducing the wanting for sweet food in adolescents suffering obesity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Julie. Are there any questions? Yes.
I'm just wondering, did you look at time goal in terms of the response to appetite? And the time exercise?
We did not look at that, at the effect of exercise. And we also was wondering if the fact to do 2 bouts of exercise can change the responses, but we did not look at the time of exercise.
Yes.
Sorry, just one question. We really need to catch the next presentation. If you want to.
So I'm going to ask our last speaker, Roy. We have a very young researcher today who's going to present some data, and I guess Matt is going to present the data from Ghent University. So thank you very much.
Yeah. So let us. Yeah. So unfortunately, Ine Verbiest could not attend this meeting, and I will present her research. As you all know, obesity is a very big issue. It's not that I should tell this here, but there are also a lot of psychological consequences, and that's what we are studying in Ghent from different perspectives. And one of them is that, for example, when you have overweight, you have a lot of weight stigma, you have problems with entering some physics. And so we were wondering how the psychological stresses were affecting the obesity. And specifically for those who do not have good emotion regulation skills, who cannot manage their stressors, we expect that it could lead to chronic stress. And now, that was the focus of this study, this chronic stress complicates and hinders weight loss. So this means that we have like vicious circles. And so even if the children want to lose weight, it will become more and more difficult once they experience these stressors. And this is actually, there are different pathways. One of them is because if you are stressed, you can regulate your emotions through emotional eating. That was part of a very large study that we found that about half of the group of obese children, or children with obesity, better to say it like that, have emotional eating problems. But there's also another pathway, and that was the project of Ine, that when you have an acute stress response, then you experience cortisol increase. And the cortisol increase can increase the appetite. Also, does the hedonic hunger, which makes it even more difficult for these children to know if they feel hunger because there is caloric need, or whether it is hedonic hunger because of this cortisol increase. And this can then also increase the fat deposition. That's why we studied this cortisol in our group in Ghent. And first of all, we have to say that if you study acute stress, then you will see a stress increase, but that's adaptive. It's to the body to protect to the harm outside. So an acute increase in stress is like what we should expect. However, we see in a lot of people with chronic stress, we see first an increase when there is an acute stressor, but then you see a reduced stress response, and it's called hypocortisolism. So, and in the long term, it seems that these people don't react to acute stress responses. So the cortisol doesn't increase anymore after acute stress, and that's called, with a very difficult name, bifurcation. So it's like some have a heightened stress response, but others have, like we call it, blunted or attenuated reactions. And so far as we know, that was not studied a lot in children with obesity. And so we want to know if in these children we also could see these differences and whether they are explained by psychological stressors or not. Therefore, the study has three aims: to study the cortisol bifurcation in children with obesity, whether we could find differences based on psychosocial variables, and because it was part of a larger program on emotional eating, these children were part of an RCT whereby half of the group received an emotional regulation training to strengthen their coping skills to cope with stressors so that they could have a better regulation of emotions and reduce emotional eating and hopefully a better reaction to chronic stress. As you all know, in Belgium, we were very lucky that we have a very good collaboration with the obesity clinic. It's the Aprifel. It's near the sea, and everyone who wants to visit it, you're welcome. We have there multidisciplinary obesity treatment. So it's a collaboration of pediatricians, dietitians, physiotherapists, and psychologists. And for this study, because it was part of the RCT, we have the data of 79 children and adolescents who participated both before the treatment and then afterwards. So you see also the age, the gender differences, and important, it is a clinic for the most severe ones because it's an inpatient program, very standardized. So all the children receive exercises and a normal, healthy life diet. But it is the mean adjusted BMI is at the upper side. Here are the measures. So at the right side, you see that we specifically measured whether we see differences on the way children regulate their emotions. And for this study now, I think it's important to focus on alexithymia. That's the way you are aware of your feelings, if you have problems in identifying emotions. But we also measured attachment. And attachment is like the bonding you have with your parents, with your family. But very important is that the family is the safe haven to regulate your emotions. So if you have parents and you have a good attachment, then you can rely on the parents to regulate your emotions, to learn the emotional regulation skills you need later in life. And if the attachment is burdened by anxiety or burdened by avoidance, that you do not go to your parents, then that is shown in the psychological literature, that will lead to more emotional regulation problems. On the left side, you see that we used cellular cortisol, and we measured it every 10 minutes during a lab research that was done in the clinic and takes about 1 hour. So we have about 6 salivatory cortisol samples, and we controlled for chronic sleep and for perceived stress. Here you see the lab experiments. So we have the baseline, then you have the mood induction as a first stressor. It was 2 film clips, The Champ and The Lion King, and we know that sad mood can induce cortisol, can induce stress, because of course then you have a lot of negative feelings and that you have to regulate. But because we do not know if sad mood is the big stressor for all these children, we also introduced the food choice task. It's the same as in the previous presentation. It's from the Leeds group. And here the children have to choose between healthy and unhealthy food, and it's seen as very stressful specifically for them. And then finally, we did a cognitive load task, a memory task, because for some academic pressure, cognitive competition is also a stressor. For this study here, we will use the cortisol sample of the minutes 23 and 65. And for those who are familiar with cortisol research, it's the cortisol is always a little bit later reacting to the stressors. So it's after 20 minutes, you have the cortisol from the baseline. And so then at the end, at 65, you have the final stress reaction after the 3 stressors together. What are the findings? Indeed, we found two groups. So you have the children who have the normal stress response and show a relative increase. It was a good increase, so they have the normal stress responses, but we also found more than half of the group, so 47 children who showed a decrease. It was not that much decrease, it's more like the blunted reaction, but it was so 38% decrease. And when you compare the increases with the decreases on the psychological variables, that's here, you see that the attenuators, so those with the blunted reactions were a little bit older, but it was not significant. Their BMI was high, but also this was only significant. You see also here that the most important thing is that the emotional awareness was far lower compared with the increases. So it seems that they were really like immune for emotions, for stressors. It's probably a survival skill, I don't know, but there is actually a big difference for them. So then what we did is, it's the final analysis I will present. We did a multiple regression analysis to understand if we could explain the cortisol increase or decrease after the three stressors based on the psychological variables. And besides age, we again found here that also emotional regulation, here defined as an attachment avoidance, again the avoidance strategies explain the way you are reacting to stressors based on cortisol responses. Finally, the emotional regulation training did a good job if we look to different parameters, but not for the cortisol. So there is a small proportion of the emotional regulation group who showed the response reduction in cortisol after the training compared with the multidisciplinary treatment only. However, the difference was not significant. And if you look to the relative change, you see that here in the increasers, so those who have a normal reaction with cortisol, that the emotional regulation group has a better reaction compared to the control group. But again, this is only qualitative, it's not significant. And also in the decreases, the emotional regulation group shows a better reaction or less blunted response. So to conclude, we indeed found bifurcation in cortisol stress reactivity in youth with obesity. Attenuators show higher alexithymia. Attachment avoidance was also related with, let's say, more negative outcome. And for the goal for the future now is to study more in detail these attenuators. And we think the emotional regulation training could be refined in the future so that we have more effects for these children to cope with the stresses. Thanks for your attention.
We have one question. We are only 15 minutes. So, do we have one question?
Thank you for the nice questions, Elizabeth. The duration of the stay is the same for all children, so this could not affect the findings. Indeed, I think that to explain or to understand obesity in youth, there are so many factors that were involved that, yeah, to find causal factors, I don't think that's our duty. We will never find the cause for one obese child. But what we see, and that's more important, once you have obesity, that you have like vicious circles of maintaining factors. And our task as psychologists is to try to break the cycles so that once you have all these stressors because of your overweight, that we could help them coping with the stressors. Because you cannot avoid emotions in your life. You cannot avoid stressors. The only thing that you can do is try to cope with them. And therefore, this training was, well, the first step, but probably in the future, we should even fine-tune the training so that we even have better findings. Besides the cortisol, for example, we have good results on HRV and on emotional eating. But that was part of another study. We also want to find differences on cortisol, but unfortunately, we didn't find.
It's not so easy with this hypothalamus because they are starting to fight with what is the normal metabolites, which leads to PCOS, increase the protein. You need to increase your and this what kind of stress can change and you ask more aspect was such that's much worse but cigarette rates and daily drugs steroids
Yeah, thank you, Arthur, for all the additions you made. I do not think I can even add on that. The only thing that I know for sure is that indeed the social stressor that we hear and use is probably not the one who have high anxiety scores. We didn't choose for that because of ethical reasons, but indeed the kind of stressor. But probably we can discuss this during lunchtime. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for this session. So as I said, we are a little bit late, but take the time to pick up your lunchbox, and we can say that in 15 minutes, you can have your lunch here with your box, and you can attend the Aprifel satellite meeting during lunchtime. And we shorten a little bit the restitution of the workshop because I think we have plenty of time for that this afternoon. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch, and please come back for the satellite meeting. Thank you.
Reste comme ça, là, pas très très loin du micro. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Et si je m'éloigne un petit peu, ah, alors il y a un faux contact alors. Il y a un faux contact. Peut-être qu'il y a un faux contact. Tu m'entends mieux? Là, c'est bon, là. Je vais toucher à plus rien alors. Peut-être redresser après. Je ne sais pas la taille du speaker. C'est bon là, c'est un petit peu mieux.
La prochaine session, elle n'est pas live. So,
okay. La prochaine session n'est pas live?
Non, tu parles plus fort. Mais parle plus fort.
Est-ce que c'est mieux quand elle parle?
Il parle pas assez fort. Pour une fois, c'est moi qui parle là.
Là, c'est censé capter devant.
Et là, c'est mieux. Test. Ça marche pas mieux. Ici, mieux. Ah bah, ils peuvent se mettre là et...
I know it's hard, but you can make it.
Okay.
But now it's more, it's better that way. I guess.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I'll make people come back and we'll start.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're going to proceed. Excuse me. We're going to proceed to the next session, if you might. Thank you, Elizabeth. So, well, this afternoon is a little bit different, but it's, please. This afternoon is a little bit different, but it's the identity of Ecog to have workshops. The idea of workshops is to make people from different areas discuss the same topics and exchange experiences, ideas, and so on. So for a while, we've been discussing about parentality, family intervention, and finally this year we have a whole afternoon, I would say, dedicated to that with great speakers. So you're going to have a session with talks, 3 talks. And after that, Paulina Nowicka and Caroline Bratt will handle a workshop. So what I'm going to ask you to do, and I would love you to participate, is that downstairs you have a short stair at the exit of the room. So that's A of the room. You go downstairs to the amphitheater with either Paulina or Caroline, and the other half will stay here. This is a way to discuss and to have more exchanges. And then after, we're gonna have half an hour of restitution of your discussion. It's for years we've done that. Ecog has been doing that for ages now, and sometimes we have very, very nice conclusion. It gives the opportunity to write opinion from experts based on practitioners and based on the field. So that's very important for us. So thank you for your participation, and I will give the floor to Professor Eva Erhardt, who is going to lead this session.
Okay, so welcome everybody, and I think I don't have to introduce Caroline Brett from Ghent University, so she will be the first speaker, and she will talk about the family-based intervention to prevent and treat pediatric obesity. So please.
So thank you very much, the Ecog conference, for inviting me to present. And I will follow the instructions of Ecog to bring like a state of the art. And then Paulina, and therefore we switch the lectures, will go more in detail. And then the final speaker will even be more focused. And then we have a discussion in the group with all of you, like the workshop for me. So first of all, what do we know? Oh. Is it possible that it doesn't work? Okay. Yeah, I think one of the main statements that we can make when we are involved in childhood obesity is that the parents are the key agents of change when we want really to help children with overweight. And so they are important for the eating habits, for the physical activity, but they also are big role models. And therefore, not surprising. Oh. Yeah. Sorry, but that will be a problem. Is there someone who can help with this pointer? It's like the battery is not working. I will need it the whole time. So, thank you. So not surprising, Ecog already. Okay, thank you. Ecog already made like a position paper. It's with the old Ecog group. Where they planned for involving the parents always in the treating of obesity, and also in the WHO report 2022, it was also again seen as a crucial act that parents are involved. Also in the Cochrane reviews, and here is one for children up to 6 years old, but there's also those an overview of the Cochrane overviews, so that's like a higher level. Again, always the recommendations are to involve the parents. So now, what do we know? What does the research say? Because that were the guidelines, but what? So I did for today a small upgrade of my own knowledge about the recent literature, and I found two interesting systematic reviews. That was one on the family-based weight management, and it's an umbrella review, so it's a review of the reviews. And another one was then the overview of the Cochrane reviews. And these both were, at the moment, I think, the best ones you can read if you want to know more about the family treatment. However, there's also an interesting one about family-based lifestyle interventions that focuses on the ingredients, what makes the program successful. So I use these three to bring you the upgrade or the state of the art. First of all, the studies were in a lot of countries, so it's not that what I will bring you as findings are specifically for one country. I think that's important to know. Also, what I see is that a lot of these treatments involves also the schools, the communities, the healthcare. So it's a family-based approach, but often the other settings were involved. And there is a wide mix of approaches and variety in follow-ups and also in the age groups. And also here we should, of course, make a difference when we focus on children below the age of 7, or most trials are between 7 and 11 years old, and also still a lot in adolescents. And here it's a picture of one of these umbrella reviews. What you see is that you can divide the studies across duration and age groups. And what most important is here is that the findings for family-based treatment are the best when you focus on the children 6 to 12 years old. I think it makes sense. And the duration, the best results are when it's a treatment of 6 to 12 months. More than 12 months is not always better. Less than 12 months is often not long enough. Regarding the settings, there is not a straightforward conclusion I can bring. Most interventions that included communities or settings are better, but there is not like a straightforward conclusion that school settings, community settings, or healthcare settings are better than another one. The good thing is that overall, the effect size of the BMI Z-score mean change is good. So most of these programs really have good effects. And when you compare it, for example, with pharmacological approach, you see that often the pharmacological approach is not doing well. No, I don't think that this is the audience that I should tell this, but there are still general practitioners who try to help children with pharmacological medication. So I think it's still important to tell that the family-based approaches have good findings. And now, of course, one of the crucial questions is, what should we do? Should we choose for a family-based approach, or could we only focus on the parents? So there are two formats, and the family-based treatment is most evaluated. It is very successful, specifically for the 6 to 13 years old. And for here we have about 47 trials at the moment, and all of them were positive. So I think we can definitely conclude that family-based treatment for obesity is the way to go. However, parent-only treatments also are very good. They have similar or even greater effects when you only involve the parents. However, the but here is that the quality of the studies is a little bit lower. So therefore, in the reviews, it was concluded that we need still more research when you only involve the parents, because the findings could change depending on the quality of the papers. Here also there are lower trials, only 20, and normally for parent-only studies, the age of the children is a little bit lower. Now, what are the ingredients? For me, this is the most important slide. And I will use here the model of Marie. I don't know if you know the model. So below, he describes the child weight status is, of course, affected by the child energy consumption, but that here the family is important in 3 ways. So you have the parent feeding behaviors, you have the parenting style, and you have the family functioning. Family functioning is about the climate, the attachment, as I told you this morning, The parenting style is also already discussed this morning. It's about, do you have an authoritarian style or an authoritative style? Sorry, it's difficult to pronounce that for me. And so, for example, the real energy consumption is here, the ingredients that you need in a family-based treatment is about nutrition education. Just to tell people what are eating habits, what are healthy eating habits. Do you need breakfast? Do you need healthy in-betweens? What about eating late in the evening? And the same for healthy activity patterns, as David told this morning, what is good or not. A lot of parents do not know that. Besides the education, you also need some training. So it's not because we are saying that to a parent that he also can do it. So sometimes in our treatment center, we do role playing with the parents. So you say, for example, no soda or no sweet drinks in the week, only in the weekends when there is something that we want to celebrate. The child said, no, I want it now. How do you react as a parent? So sometimes, specifically for nutrition activity education, you need some training. Then you have the feeding strategies, and that means that the parents learn to act as a model. Specifically, the fathers, often in the evening, wants to have sweet, sorry for the fathers here, but then you have some conflicts in the families, and so you can discuss that. Also, how they encourage healthy eating, how they offer new food, like we saw this morning. The more the child is exposed to new food, the more he will actually accept it. And also limit something. Like Ellen Setter once says, the parents are responsible for the limits. You can offer your child food, child can decide how much he or she will eat, but the question is, what's the quality of the food that you're offering? Then you have the parenting style. Is it a positive parenting style or is it a harsh discipline? And specifically when there is a lot of harsh discipline, then the parental feeding strategies will not work. So it's the context then of the parenting style who makes it more problematic for the feeding strategies. And then finally, is the family a warm climate? Is it a safe haven for the child to feel support or to go when he or she has troubles? Okay, so now what we see in the family-based or parent-only, you always see this education and training. So that's the what questionnaire, what are you doing in these treatments? But also there is an important ingredient that I found in the reviews on the how. How, as a team, you should learn the families when they are not meeting the expectations that we described in the previous slide. How should you change that? For the first issue, because the education is about eating, about activities, but also about training, I think here what we see that for good family-based therapy, you need a multidisciplinary team, which makes it costly. I think this is one of the problems we have in the treatment of childhood obesity. Being a mentor or a role model, also here I find some interesting things in the reviews, and it's here on the right side. The role of the teams, some use technology to help the families. Specifically, I think this is interesting between the sessions that families have like email, a website or an app, because in the week they are alone. They see you once in the week, but then all other days they need support, they need information. Also important is that the team can make it cultural adaptive, that you can switch between families and that you use the right approach for every family. Some use incentives, I think that's the good strategy. I even noticed here that some of them provide financial incentives. So other things that were described. So these are, please note this on the right side, that are the numbers of the studies that studied the role of the team, like what's about using a multidisciplinary team, so the restructuring of the team, to provide reminders, provide feedback, provide psychological support, engage other settings like community, and how you deliver the education, the training. It doesn't say what is effective. That's on the next slide. Here, I just now make for you the resume. The top 5 is that you need education and training. So training means also helping the parents to manage the problems, restructure the team, include a multidisciplinary team, but also, and these are the most important ones, provide psychological support. I really understand it because I saw a lot of families. You have to help them between sessions with reminders, with feedback, and use technology, why not? You should make it cultural adaptive for every family, and involving other families like grandmothers or other caregivers or even community settings is also recommended as the role of the team to make the family approach even more effective. So I will give you now one example of a study that we did 10 years ago together with Alan Moons, where we just focused on a parent-only intervention. We didn't see the children, and that was because that we were afraid of stigmatization. So we recruited the parents through the school counselors in a community study, but the children didn't even know that they were part of the study. And so there was no stigmatization in schools for these families. And what we have done is, so we had 6 sessions with the parents in group. It was about 10 to 12 weeks. And according the model of we discussed on the left side in every session, we discussed the child energy consumption. That was with the dietitian and with the physiologist. So we discussed the food, the fruit groups, the vegetable groups. What do we know about beverages? What do we know about oil and fat? So the normal things. But the second part of every session was dedicated to family functioning. How can you make it a warm family? The parenting style. So we started with the general climate, and then we focused in session 3 on parental positive involvement. When can you use reward? How do you use it? What is the best thing? And then in the next session, we focus more on the parenting feeding strategies. And then we also have some general skills like house rules and so on. What are the findings? Here you see the flow chart, the outcome measures. We measured not only weight, but also emotional eating, the cheating behavior questionnaire, the general parenting skills, and the healthy family principles. Actually, there were 2 studies, and I will now just show you this one. I will not bore you with a lot of numbers, but you can read it. The article is published. And you see here that it was pre-post that the weight significantly decreased during the treatment and also at follow-up for the intervention group, this is the parent-only group, while the reference group were school children who were also followed by the school counselors, but there was no intervention, and here even the weight increases. So it seems like focusing on parents only is certainly a way to go. The children even that we didn't see them, they lost about 7% of adjusted BMI, which is very good. We know that more than 10% is even not allowed because it can lead to eating problems. So 7% up to the 1 year follow-up, as I think is a good finding. Specifically because if you are doing nothing, the children even become more overweight. But we also saw a significant decrease in child's external eating. So that's eating because for other reasons than you are hungry, because you see the food. And also the parents reported a significant increase in their family health feeding strategies. So this is only one example to make it more concrete. These are some key messages that we use in the family approach. I will not discuss them here because I think it's interesting to discuss them in the workshop afterwards. So yeah, I will wait 1 minute because I see that there were a lot of people who want to make a picture, but sorry, I will not discuss it. We will have more time afterwards. Okay. Yeah, so it were key messages on the education part, on the parenting part, and the parental feeding. I want to now, for the talk, focus on some unanswered questions. And I think we have some questions that still need more research. One is the optimal role of the parents is age dependent. I think for working with adolescents, the approach that I told you now is not adequate. So here we still have a lot to do to find an ideal way of collaborating with adolescents. But also there are barriers when you want to work with families. What I told you till now is like the ideal world. But unfortunately, if you see families, it's not always that easy. And we see three problems. The first is that some of these families are not aware of their role. They think the child is the problem. Then second, there is sometimes a negative impact of family dynamics. And then is the question, how could we handle that? And a third thing I think is specifically for me, that's the biggest challenge, is what with families who are living in a low socioeconomic status. I will give some answers, but I think this also is part of the discussion in the workshop afterwards. First, the first question is the problem of the awareness, but this is so, as you see on the right side, work in progress. So there is an interesting publication of a French group. Are parents aware that their children are overweight? And the answer is no. So they do not see when a child needs help. That's a problem. Most of these families only come to a clinic or a general practitioner when there are other problems, when the child has sleeping problems, when the child is stigmatized or bullied or something like that. So that's a problem. We also did a study also 15 years ago, but I think it's an interesting one. We did video observations in families of children with obesity in their houses, and we asked them, was that a normal meal? And we made a video recording of the meals. And when we asked the parents of the overweight group compared to the control group, are you using feeding style like restriction or monitoring? Then the parents of the overweight group, and that you see here, and it was significant, think they are doing it very well. They think, yes, we use the best restrictions we could do, even better than in a control group. Yes, we are monitoring what our child is eating and drinking, even better than in the control group. And when we ask them in a questionnaire, are you involved in your child? Are you trying to make a good family climate? You also see here that they are answering higher than in the control group, although here that was not significant. When then you ask them to rate themselves if they were, that's the more the parenting, and this is the other level, if they are using permissive styles, authoritative styles, or authoritarian styles, you see that most of these people of the family think they are permissive and authoritative, but they are not authoritarian at all. So that's what they were saying. But then we made with double-blind reviewers, we looked to the same video recorders and we rated what the families are actually doing during the mealtime, and we saw the opposite. So we saw that the feeding restriction was lower and the parenting involvement was also lower. So here you also see that the families are not aware about their feeding strategies, about their parenting skills. So here we have like a big challenge because we cannot expect them that they are doing it well at home if they are not aware about that it could be better. So here I think solutions could be to use video home observations and to discuss them together, or monitoring apps that you have some questions and parents fill in and that you discuss it. But also I think that probably including daddies, and here now for positive reasons. And I don't know if you know the work of Morgan from Australia, and here he is including the daddies for more healthy kids. And probably this also, I think, one way to be more aware about the obesity problem in the families. So then the second barrier I see is the role of the dynamics in the family. Here is one study of our group published in the International Journal of Obesity, where we saw that the emotional eating was totally mediated by emotional regulation problems, but that parent-child conflicts are at the origin of that problem. So you see that when emotional eating is linked with family problems, as long as the family problems were not solved, you will not solve the problem of this child as well. So here the family dynamics, I think, is a very big challenge when you're working with these families. Another suggestion I have here is that probably we should subtyping children. Not all children have family problems, or not all have emotional eating. And here we have some studies where we found at least 3 groups. So we have the emotional eaters, we have children who have good families, but problems with inhibition, with self-control. And then you have a group who is high reward sensitive, who really like food, who dreamed about food. And so these are 3 different types, and probably a personalized treatment where you personalize according the subtype of the child could be one solution. I think there are others. For example, I refer to the study of Blissett that was also already mentioned this morning, where you see that mothers children whose mothers often use food for emotion regulation purposes ate more chocolate in the experimental condition. So here you see the same, that these family dynamics are important to discuss. And even when families use restrictive feeding behaviors, that will result in more harm. So I only can say it's a big challenge, but it is work in progress to find a solution how we could handle these family dynamics. Restriction can be harmful. The more you forbid, the more the child wants it. So here you definitely should pay attention to all problems that's related with emotional eating. This is one solution, but probably in the discussion in the workshop afterwards, you have many other solutions. I already invite you to think about other solutions. So then the third problem I want to discuss with you is the families of low socioeconomic background. This is a copy of a witness on the report of the World Health Organization. I can only read it, that families say from low economic backgrounds, it's easy to take the kids down to the McDonald's. Fruit and vegetables is expensive. It's a shame that it cannot be cheaper. Or there is always buy one, get one free. And that's for me a problem when then I buy the wrong things. So here, unfortunately, it's not my expertise. I definitely invite people who know more about it to think about how we could reach these families. What I can say is, for example, I think that here possibilities are for e-health, because these these families of low economic background have not enough means always to come to a clinic. They have a lot of other problems, stressors, parents who work on different hours. So here probably e-health could be helpful for them, because then they have like a coach day by day. But also for the awareness and for the family dynamics, for the subtyping, I think here that e-health could be a solution. And I refer to the lecture of tomorrow of Moran de Smet, who will present the European project on Horizon 2020, where we discuss one of these solutions. Conclusions, what do we know? The parents are indeed the key agents of change in the treatment, specifically for 6 to 13 years old, family-based or parent-only, or both good, similar effects, but new studies are needed for the parent-only, although they are promising and also more cost-effective. Teaching is needed, so there is a lot of education for healthy eating and activity, but also you need training on family functioning, on parenting feeding strategies. This really is a challenge. There is a role of the team. Remember, it's not only about what, but also how you bring it. Use the feedback, the reinforces, the rewards for the family when they are involved in a treatment. And probably for the barriers, new technology can be helpful. I realize that's a long investment to learn all about families, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this excellent lecture, but we will have time to discuss it after it, so we should move on. And I would like to ask, thank you, Caroline. I would ask Paulina Nowicka, from Sweden, University, and she will talk about parenting in the context of pediatric obesity. So, welcome.
Thank you, Eva. So before we start, how many of you are clinicians? Raise up your hand. Like half. Or how many of you have been clinicians? Like you are not now, but you have been that before. Couple, yes. So good for me to know that before the talk. So thank you for having me here. And we have coordinated ourselves, Caroline and I. So my talk is aimed to go a little bit beyond the overview of Caroline. Still, I have only 30 or 25 minutes, so I will focus on 3 things. What is really parenting? So the styles, practices, and behaviors, also the culture context. Who is the parent? Who is the real parent? Most of the research is on mothers. And also, and I think this part has been missing in the excellent program of this Congress, is the parent-clinician relationship. So I'm going to spend a little more time about that and showing you studies and about the effective communication. And I will finish with the long-term perspectives. We have very few long-term studies. So, and by the way, I'm really happy to share my slides. So the last slide will be my email address. Just send me an email and I will send you the slides, apart from 2 slides where the results are unpublished. So you don't need to take pictures. I'm really, really happy to share the slide. So let's start again. You have seen that today twice, but I would like to spend a few
seconds or a minute on that. So this is the famous topology, the idea, the theory of parenting. And this is quite old. Diana Bowring started working on this model in 1966. And this has been used across cultures, and it seems to work. And it has been translated in many, I would say, concepts. For example, high demandiness, it doesn't only mean control, it also means structure, it means frames. And responsiveness can be also expressed as love and seeing the individuality of the child. So, for example, in Swedish we say kramar and ramar, hugs and frames. So the good parent is the parent that is high on both, which is very interesting because it's always complicated in a clinical setting, because you meet a parent who most time have several children and are just parenting according to the child, and each child has different personality, different demands. So always in a clinical setting, parents is asking, how can I be a good parent for all children in my family? The child who eats maybe too much and the child who eats too less. As has been said before, authoritarian parenting has been connected to many studies linked to healthy eating and better weight. And in the opposite, authoritarian parenting has been connected to high BMI, and does the same with the permissive indulgent parenting. This has been connected to the higher BMI. And if we go back to parenting practices, so parenting practices are more practical behaviors. We know that encouragement helps, monitoring helps to be involved, limit setting and routine helps, so flexible limit settings, but not restriction. It, as we said before, it can be counterproductive. But just to complicate this a little more, this may look different depending where the mothers are from. And this is a study made with mothers from 74 different countries who fill out a child eating behavior questionnaire. And the mothers live in Sweden. And we found that mothers living in Sweden but born in the Middle East and North Africa were more likely to be concerned about child's appetites than their appetites were not big enough. And we also saw in a similar study using child feeding questionnaires that Swedish mothers used restriction the lowest, while non-European mothers used pressure to eat most often, so the children were encouraged to eat up. So it's not only the knowledge, but also the cultural practices. So we know that parents have influence on eating behavior, on weight, and they know themselves as well. But the question is, what are the barriers for their involvement? Why do they, for example, don't want to participate in treatment programs? We always see studies when you reach hundreds of parents and you end up with 1/5 of them. And I think here is we clinicians have a big role. So first of all, the first barrier is that most parents in almost all countries think that obesity is not a problem. And here we have a couple of voices from parents. So they think that especially young children are pudgy or big for their age, but do not have overweight and obesity. So for example, my father says, yeah, I think personally my son is a little on the heavy side. I think he's a little on the big side, but he's also strong as dogs. So how much
much muscle and fat? I don't know. I know it's hard to tell when they're that age. And then another father, baby fat is cute and healthy. So I think children should be nice and thick. A healthy baby, nice thick, chubby cheeks, chubby little legs, you know. And here another, I think chubby kids are cuter. So I try to keep him a little chubby. And by the way, all these parents have children with overweight and obesity already. But they also think that the problem will solve by themselves. So here's another. But I do believe that children have hills and valleys. They're all going to grow up at different rates, and they're going to go through the puberty phase, and then they will just grow like a tree, they lean up. Or my son goes up and down, my 7-year-old goes up and down in his way, but he's usually gets plump and then has a growth spurt. And parents do think it's a very sensitive topic to bring up, the weight issue. They think it's sensitive and they avoid using words as overweight or obesity, and they don't want to talk about that. Why so? Because they're afraid that it will affect the child's self-esteem. For many parents, child self-esteem is the most important feature in personality. And they worry about causing eating disorders. But at the same time, there are studies showing that parents want information. They want to understand the child's growth patterns, but they appreciate if the information is given in a non-judgmental way. So very recently, this is a study that doesn't show, it's from, 2 weeks ago, so it's very new. We as a part of the European Union Funded Stop project, we interviewed parents about what conversations, all those parents have been informed about the child's weight, overweight, or obesity. So the question is, what kind of conversations that were empowering and what were about resistance? So first, one quote from the conversation that empower. So here's the mother who says, the conversation was not judgmental, it was not a lecture, it was not stressful, but I was still taking you seriously. And we talked about the weight properly, but there were no pointed comments. I never felt like, oh my goodness, she thinks I'm the worst parent because I might have an overweight child. It was nothing like this. Among those conversations that provoked resistance, many parents said that they were too vague. They were not giving enough information. Like this mother, what does it mean? Is it dangerous? Should I do something? If I haven't asked such questions, the nurse might not have said more than she's 2 lines about the curve. Or they're too simplistic. The only thing that conversation was really about was that he was not allowed to eat too much sugar and he had to be outdoors. Yeah, no shit. That was too basic that we have already managed to figure out. And by the way, all these families are of low SES, have a low SES background. There is a big discussion now in Sweden at least, whether you have the child in the room during your conversations or not. And here are 2 quotes from parents that they think it is a good idea. So here's one. She gave our daughter something to play with and told that, so the nurse, we are also going to talk a little. I thought she told us in a very smooth manner, but also very in the serious situation. She listened and asked if we were surprised over it, and if there was something regarding the way that we thought about. And here's another quote from another mother. She, the child, can give feedback when we have done and we've talked about it. It has been very good, and I've never experienced that the child who was in the room felt bad about it. But it has been at her level and has been just right and not pushed too much either. But here are 2 quotes about parents who really don't want the children in the room and be involved. So here's the father who had her son in the room, his son in the room. When he was drawing, during the visit at the childcare center, he was then busy drawing, and then he asked, "Dad, should I do this? Did you do something wrong?" So he understood from the conversation that something was wrong with him. But Dad, what is it with my stomach? So yes, he did really got it wrong. And then here is the man who says, if you talk weight, then I don't think never that the children should hear it. It's emotionally charged to the adults and then becomes emotionally charged to the children. And it automatically becomes something negative. And here's the mother. I thought this thought has really hit me. If we talk in front of our daughter about having high weight and being chubby, how does this stay in her head when she's 10? This is what parents are worried about. This is why many parents avoid meeting a clinicians. So we also did, as a part of the STOP project studies in Sweden, Spain, Romania, how healthcare providers are experiencing those conversations, providing treatment. So this is done from Sweden, Spain, and Romania. And what we found that in all three countries, a trustful relationship between family was important, that there was an underlying trust. But they also felt that they need much more communication skills and education. And they also needed better organization. There was not enough time, and the referral process was complicated in all three countries. And they wanted clear guidance for weight management at different ages for children. So what are the ingredients of good communication? Here is a nice overview, communication about weight with families. This review is from 2017. They found 40 studies, about 32 studies. And here are their conclusion. The best of practice. Start conversations early in child and discuss regularly. Involve all relevant stakeholders. Approach the topic of weight, obesity, and towards growth and health. Avoid ideas or euphemisms to describe weight, obesity, and clarify meaning of any term use. Explore with the family what terminology they prefer to use. Communicate trust and respect when using active listening, exploring family perspective. Asking open questions, being collaborative, strength-based. And they conclude that motivation interview this may be helpful, but there are more robust body of evidence is needed. But here is more robust body of evidence. This study was published last year, and they included new studies and said that the conclusion is that the formal feedback made no difference whether it was written or direct. But that the motivation interviewing really did help to have a better conversation about weight. So here we continue just to make the picture more complete. Think about all the important people around the child. And then we mentioned the grandparents. So here is the summary of studies on parents versus grandparents. So in fact, both parents and grandparents report being themselves impacted by weight bias. They both have difficulties to properly identify child body weight. They avoid intervening, but they also have different roles in healthy feeding. Some parents are the ones who set the rules, and grandparents break the rules. And but here comes the but. The key ingredients of a good communication is the overt respect. So that the parents respect the grandparents' traditions, and that the grandparents respect the rules that none of them break, and that they communicate about. It is interesting because the modifying factor is the extent of time spent with the child. If the grandparent spend more time with the child, he or she starts to act as a parent. that the grandmothers were the culinary influences as a role models, independently. And then I will continue and finish up with the time, so the long-term perspective. So we were lucky to have a four-year follow-up of a randomized controlled trial with 174 children, where we started treatment when the children were 4-year-old. And what we see here, this is a parent-only treatment, and after 4 years, we see a mean decrease of BMI SD as 0.45. So that's pretty good. There are very few RCTs with a long-term follow-up, but this is the interesting part. So here are all the individual children, and you see the individual variability between children. So this is mean you see that there are some children who do really well. So these are I call the positive outliers. What do they do differently? By the way, the different colors are, this is the parent, the red ones is the standard treatment provided in care, and these are the parent groups without boosters, and these are the parent groups with boosters. So what we did, we also conducted over 100 interviews with the parents of those children. So this is what happened during the 4-year follow-up. What we found is that 6 months after treatment, it was easier to be consistent, to plan involve the network, fewer conflicts with the child and the others. But after the 4 years, parents reported even better network, support from the network, but they perceived challenging to handle age-related challenges. And I will very shortly give a few examples. And it was difficult and emotionally challenging to change the food environment. So here's my final slide. So what we found in this journey from the age of 4 to the age of 8 is that when the child changed from the preschool to school, it was a new challenge for the parents. Here's the mother saying, and then he started school when he had to take food himself. He took 2-3 times without any other noticing at school. And then he did that every day. So that he gained a lot of weight again. We also found that the communication rules with the family were mostly helpful. So basically, those parents who were divorced, who had sole responsibility for the child, eventually managed to have the other parent on board. That didn't come the first 6 months. There was some mother who said, I need to start all over every second week, because in Sweden, it's usually so that there's one parent in charge every week, and then they change. So she said, I got the other parent involved in the weight management. It's teamwork, and this has been the most rewarding. So again, it didn't come in the beginning, but it did come in the end. But also, parents have to find new ways to communicate with the child, to embrace the growing independence, but also acknowledging social comparison that children face more when they are older. So here's the quote about that. It's like the older they get, the harder it is, or maybe not harder, that is not possible to control in the same way. I think that as a parent, I as a parent need to give her responsibility of how much she eats and what she does not eat, and so on. When she was 5 years old, it was like yes or no. Now it's more, if you eat this, maybe you cannot eat that. Today I have to help them by giving alternatives instead. That she gets that you help her making the decisions instead of making the decision for her. And I think this is really the key thing, and that this is a challenge in its own way. So finally, provide three take-home messages for clinicians. So when you meet the family, I think we are so focused on giving the precise, the what to do advice, but I think we need to also step back and think, how can we improve our relational, emotional dimension of the meeting with the family, with the parents who do perceive weight bias, weight stigma much more than we would ever imagine. And beyond the child-parent relation, even if you have only one parent in the room, try to think, how can I involve the other parent? How can I involve the grandmother? What kind of discussions the family had with the preschool or the school? Because the network is there. You just don't need them. And finally, we need to have a long-term perspective. Obesity is a chronic disease. It is not going to go away. We probably cannot cure it completely. So the thing is, how can we help parents to be helpful for the children long-term when they are 10, 15, 17, 18 and on? Because their children will always struggle with weight. So that's for me. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this very practical, nice talk. And I think the questions will be after it. Thank you very much once more. And now I would like to ask Maladie from here, from Clermont University, and we will hear about the PROXOP program. So please.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's really a great pleasure to be here and to have heard all these fascinating presentation, very exciting exchange also with you. So managing childhood obesity is about thinking the complexity. That means that we have a lot of target. We spoke about the screen, about the food, about the physical activity, about the sedentarity, about the parenting. So the question is really how to make all these target and how to reach this target and how to make it operational and practical in the real life. So this is a discussion that we had many years ago with my colleague Maladie and she said, well, it's simple. We have to go into the family and just to make the people intervene directly at home in the family. And then I said, well, okay, why not? We can try. So we decided to make this what we call now the PROXOP program, which is a family-based and at home-based intervention I will present to you. But just to start, I just want to recall you about some information, especially in France, regarding the overweight and obesity prevalence in young children, which is close to 16% overweight and about 5% obesity. But what is important, of course, is that, like it was shown yesterday by Bert Kolecko, there is some change also induced by the pandemic, and we can see here in this recent study that pandemic has greatly affected the risk of overweight and obesity, and especially in the girls, and especially in the high priority zone school location. And also it has some preventing factors like the school canteen, when the children are going to the school canteen or when they are attending the daycare. So that means that we have to consider also what happened recently, especially regarding the family behavior.
At the national aspect for France, we have some important initiative, and this morning Sophie Nicholas told us about the diversification of food, very interesting approach. And so that means that we have some large national preventive action that we could, which are very useful, of course. We also have some other incentive like BioLabs, which is an observatory of physical activity. And there is some recent report showing, for example, that with the pandemic, there is an increase of sedentarity, of course, and the time in front of the screen are quite important. As you can see here, this is the percentage of adolescent being less than 2 hours per day in front of a screen. So you can see that there is important behavior that we have to consider. So now, in terms of strategy, of course, you all know that obesity, of course, has a lot of many adverse outcomes. I won't go into all the details, especially we heard about metabolic syndrome, about NFMD, sleep apnea, arthritis, and also psychosocial outcome like self-esteem and social integration, stigmatization. So we really need to understand how this risk factor for obesity accumulate over time. And so that means that we have also to consider step by step how to trigger all these different risk factor, and also to induce modifiable protective factors. So there is some recommendation. I just took this recommendation from the international societies of pediatric gastroenterology, hepatology, and nutrition, and they focus on the different approach. And they also emphasize that this approach should be an integrated, multi-component approach on the individual, of course, with the diet, breastfeeding also, and physical activity, but also at the family level, and also at the society level, especially considering the environment and the advertisement also. So I will more focus now on the family approach, as it is an important fact that we have now to consider. So I just took another review, actually. You mentioned some review already, but I took this review, this systematic review, which reported that there is a wide range of intervention, actually, and that, of course, given parents' influence and control over children' energy balance behavior, including diet, physical activity, media use, and sleep, of course, family intervention are really a key strategy in this effort. So when you look at the family-based childhood obesity intervention, in this paper, they show that there was 119 eligible intervention in the US, Europe, and Australia. And as it has been shown by Caroline before, it involved children, mostly children under between 2 and 5 and between 6 and 10 years old. And it was done at home, but also in primary health care and community. And it was focused on diet, physical activity, and media use mostly. And so the conclusion is really to ensure a broad, evidence-based, more intervention implemented
in developing countries and targeting racial minorities and children also at both age and focusing on media and sleep behavior also. So I also took another review by Julian Thomas, Valérie Julien, David Tiven, and the other team on the fact that the childhood prevention is most successful when it is addressed in early life, and also when it's considered a multi-component approach. And but this approach might be and should be maybe at a different developmental stage. I will just show you after this, and including individual, familial, and societal component, as we discussed before. So the professional and the healthcare professional should keep the risk factor in mind and actively promote healthy eating and physical activity during pregnancy at the early stage, and continuation of breastfeeding, as we saw also before, and also the effective measure in the preschool should include also the family, the home environment, and this is what we wanted to do. So I won't go into the details, you can report to this paper, but of course, depending on the stage of the development of the children, of course, the approach might be different, especially at the family-based intervention. During the 1,000 days, it could be social support and physical activity. But then at the preschool, it might be also a different approach, more positive behavior and motivational coaching and physical activity, and also the quality of lives, and also having a different approach, as you can see, for the school age and for the adolescents. So maybe we have to consider that the approach should be maybe a little bit more adapted to the different age, of course, and to be close to what we could say, what we could call the precision nutrition. I like this approach as it is a more conceptual approach, of course, but this is what they call the developmental cascade perspective. This is the concept that the cascade, the developmental cascade, is defined as a cumulative consequences occurring over time, and that result is spreading downstream effect across the different domains. So in this large concept, of course, you can find that, you can see that, of course, the prenatal stage, the maternal health is very much important, also the socio-economical influence. But then at the toddler stage, nutrition and dietary intake are very much important for the rapid weight gain. But then a little bit later, it may also be focused not only on nutrition, but also on physical activity, also on sleep, and also on the maternal mental health also, as indicated here. And the adolescent might be a little bit different. But at every step, you can see that the parenting and the family management is very much important. As we discussed also before about the parenting style, the practices, the functioning. So it's important to consider that we have to take into account the processes that may amplify one risk for obesity at different steps. So from this, also another recent paper showing that successful nutrition intervention include also family-based goals, and modifying whole food environment, but also approach around physical activity and also around fruit and vegetables. So these studies show that there is more and more evidence to suggest that the family-based nutrition intervention can be successful for the dietary behavior, but also for the other component, also for physical activity, for sleep, for the screens, and also for the maybe for the emotional regulation, as it was mentioned before. So we are lucky. I should say that I'm lucky because I am involved in the what we call the specialized center for obesity, but I'm lucky because I have a very nice team working with me, and I want to thank them to help in this aspect, because we are managing, of course, severe obesity and the organization of the care pathway for adults in the specialized center for obesity. But for 2 years, more than 2 years actually, we were very much involved in the pediatric aspects. That's the reason why we were funded last year by the Health Regional Agency to have a network for the management and prevention of pediatric obesity. In one part, this is called REPOP for the Réseau de Prévention et de Prise en Charge de l'Obésité Pédiatrique. As other REPOP in France, as here in the region, the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, we have, you can see that there is a different network, Réseau de Prévention. This different network are covering almost all the region now. And this is very interesting. And at the same time, as it was presented yesterday, the health insurance proposed what we call a Social Security Financing Act in the Article 51, which allows the experimentation with new health organizations. And these new experiments must improve the patient's journey, improve the efficiency of the health system, and also improve the access to care, and improve the relevance of the prescription for of health products. And in addition, this system also allows to derogate from many common law financial rules. We have some rules, you know, a lot of rules actually in France, and that means that it's an opportunity also to transform the health system and also its financing methods. So we propose this program, which is called Proximity and Family Support at Home for Infant Juvenile Obesity, PROXOB. It was submitted and it was then selected and authorized from next year, last year on May 2021. So we are lucky because we have two different local care pathways to the children now. We have this children's center in private practice with a follow-up with dietitians, psychologists, and doctors. And we have the other one now, which is family. The whole family is involved, and all the workshops are performed at home, and the family, of course, are they call and are directly involved, and they are registering because they are voluntary to be involved. So this PROXOB program has started actually many years ago, slowly, I would say, with 20 families in 2015, then 41 families in 16. You can see that overall it's about 145 families which is 536 persons involved in the programs. And as we recently reported this program, as you can see, it was initially a family selection process with family workshop for 6 months initially, and it was a home-based intervention with one assessment by dietitian, one assessment by physical educator, and one assessment by for the parenting, and then 5 workshops at home for each, for the dietitian, physical educator, and parenting psychologist or counselor during the 6 months, and then there was a support afterwards. From this first initial approach, we can say that there was, of course, there were some dropout, but not that much actually. And you can see that the only difference in the dropout was considering the single parent family with a better adherence actually in this group. I won't go into the details because we don't have time and we have a discussion after that. The different workshops are based on diet, like workshop around food families, balanced diet, food sensation, anticipation of the meal, how to eat not too fat, not too sweet, and also kitchen workshop. And there is also physical activity workshop on the sedentary lifestyle, the benefit of physical activity, and how to make physical activity come together within the family also, and how to put it into practice. And then for the parenting, it's about how to communicate within the family, the importance of the sleep, the limits, and the problem about the time consideration within the schedule, about the emotion, about the senses, the stress, and how to unplug. Actually, that's also an important problem for the screen and the adolescents. So you can see that there's a lot of different components that are considered in this workshop within the family. So what are the advantages of this approach? Of course, this is home workshops, which involve the whole family, which provide knowledge, not only on diet and physical activity, but also on other aspects, especially screen, especially emotional regulation. And also about the parenting, I think we will discuss about that later on. And also, actually, we have a poster on the parenting aspects by Carla Delme. And also the fact that they are experimenting all these different components in a funny way. And also the exchanges within the family with benevolent communication and expression and regulation of emotion. And as we heard before, that it's so important. Also fighting on the discrimination within the family, and also the fact that the family are involved in the decision about what the modification in lifestyles has to be implemented. So, and also what are the intra-family problems to be considered. So there's really a big multi-componental approach within the family. And for the professional, it's interesting because they are trained to therapeutic education, And they have a briefcase, actually, an educational briefcase, in order that all the professionals can have not only the complete same approach, but to be able to have tools to better intervene in the whole family. And they have also meetings together to speak about the families. And of course, there's a lot of coordination at the departmental level, but also at the regional level. So this is a very important aspect in the program. And of course, there is also communications around this approach. What are the first results? This is the results from the first families some years ago. So what is really interesting is that we had some reduction in the Z-score after 6 months. But what you can see here is that there is a sustainable change in the modification of lifestyle, meaning that even after stopping the intervention, there is still an impact on the Z-score, even if there were no more intervention within the families. So that's really interesting for us. Concerning the eating habits, the physical activity, the sleep, the parenting approach, the professional feeling, also you can see that it was overall improved, and it was really interesting in that aspect. And for the children, even after the interruption of the program, most of them are still followed by professionals. So from this, it's not completely up to date, but just to show you that we wanted to have a regional approach for childhood prevention and treatment and management. As you can see, there is some screening by not only by the general practitioner, but also by the school medicine or the PME, the maternal child health service, and even the dentist can screen these young children with obesity. And then there is a first result, first appeal by the general practitioner or some nurses, nurses what we call ASALE, which are clinical nurses. But at the second step, they can be addressed to the record for individual follow-up approach, or to the family when the family is voluntary to be registered in the WhatsApp program, or when the children obesity is too important, then there is also the possibility to address it to the hospital. So as it was mentioned yesterday, there were 11 trials of innovative care pathway funded by the Ministry of Health and Health Insurance based on obesity, and 5 were based on childhood obesity. Due to the thanks to the selection of the WhatsApp program in the Article 51, it was possible to extend this family approach this time to 6 different French departments, and it was still, of course, family and home-based intervention with the same objective, of course, to reduce the corpulence, but also to induce sustainable change in the lifestyle within the family, and of course, to improve the quality of life. So this is the department. As you can see, this involves a lot of professionals, which is more than 60 professionals, doctors, dietitians, adapted physical activity teachers, psychologists, specialized educators, or family counselor. And now it involves, as I told you, 6 departments. That means 19 sectors. And you have all here the professional pictures actually. Which family is involved? This is families requesting assistance consisting of at least one overweight minor child and one adult plus criteria among the following criteria: precarity, geographical distance from healthcare center, out of care, and failure of previous support. So this is very, I would say, some difficult families that are involved in this approach. And there is also non-inclusion criteria, especially when BMI is very high and there is no follow-up. So we are really pushing to be followed up, of course. Also the syndromic childhood obesity without treatment, unstabilized psychiatric pathology, lack of oral command of the French language, and ongoing care by the other network, which is the network. Well, this is the program, intervention program. I won't go into the details. As you can see now, it is a 12 months intervention with the different workshops, the dietary workshop, physical activity workshop, parenting workshop, and also at the beginning there is an educational assessment, of course, and then there is 12 months follow-up with it was supposed to be initially digital accompaniment, but it was a little bit difficult to build it. But this is something that we are thinking about. But there is still a phone call, and an assessment will be done after 1 year. So this is again the different departments, the 6 departments, with the objective to include 170 families in these sectors, 70 families in the Cantal and Haute-Loire, and 60 families in the Drôme and Ardèche department, which is about half of the region view. This is the inclusion which started, as I didn't tell you, it started last year, last September, and it's now to date 65 families included, which is about 250 people included. And this is the inclusion rate, and this is the coordinator, Elodie, Carmen, Nora, which are really important also in the system. So the objective of the project is really to propose an efficient model for overweight children and adults and their families to improve the course of care for children and adults who are overweight by informing, training, coordinating the actors from the screening to the second result in the living environment, and to promote access to targeted prevention and early health care beyond social and territorial inequality in health. There is other operational objective to reach the entire family, to change, as I told you already, to change the lifestyle within the family, to improve the knowledge, the practice of the professionals, and to develop multidisciplinary coordination around the children in the family, and to improve the identification of children and family at risk, and also to reinforce obesity prevention action with the family at risk. There is, as it was mentioned yesterday by a health insurance presentation, there is also an evaluation process regarding the feasibility and also the effectiveness, the efficiency, and also the reproducibility, because we want this program to be transferred eventually in other regions, of course, or in another country, maybe. So this is quite an important aspect. Well, this is the calendar. I won't go into the details with the different report step with different steps. You can see that this program is going to last for 5 years, and there will be the first 50 families are going to be evaluated after 4 years. And regarding the difficulties to follow up the families, as we mentioned before, more than 1 year, I think it's important to see what happens at the long term. This is also questionnaire. I'm sorry, it's not translated, but this is the questionnaire around the quality of life, social, medical, economical aspect, precarity, and also the familial functioning, also the physical activity, and the screening time, and also food behavior. So as I told you, we have a poster by Carla Dalme, actually at the second floor that you can visit, and this is the questionnaire and the different aspects that are approached in the questionnaire, and we could see that this approach is very effective for the parenting aspect, but I think that we will discuss this after that. So I would like to thank all the colleagues which are really working hard. This is a lot of people, but I really want to thank them for all the work they are doing actually at the different steps, because we have the specialized center for obesity, but we have Proxol, we have the network, the report, and we have also other colleagues involved in other aspects of the center. And I would like to thank you for your attention, and also to thank all the partners which are indicated here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this nice stage and lecture. And I think the time is over, and we should thank you once more. And thank you for all of the speakers. And I think we should divide in 2 groups, that I am giving the microphone.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you, everyone. So now indeed we have the workshop. So I'm really encouraging you and asking you to participate in the workshop. It's going to be a shorter one. It's going to be a short version of the workshop, and you will be able to exchange and to discuss those issues of family interventions and parenting. So I will invite this half of the room to go into the amphitheater, which is just downstairs, and you'll have Heather, Caroline, or Paulina discussing with you. And this half of the group can stay here. And please do not hesitate to discuss and to raise your voice and to give your experiences and examples. And after that, we'll have a short restitution. Apparently, Paulina said that I'm wrong.
We have a different so always as good as it is now. So yes, we're going to divide ourselves in 2 groups, but we want to make them age dependent, so not your age, don't worry. So those working or interested to discuss with younger children, 2 to 8, follow me, and those who want to talk about children 8 up to 13, stay with Hannah. And then we will have a workshop for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back again to speak more. So we will all see each other again, and once again, both. And now we have a small discussion in groups. So the younger children, how topic goes to the animals, they are the same. Race will make smaller Swiss people. Right. So please make like smaller groups of, for those who stay here, please come here and make a circle with 5 people. Okay, those, so I also want to invite you to come in a smaller circle. And so now, yeah, we have about 30 minutes to discuss some issues on parenting. And so I hope you can share your own experience. But even if you do not have experience yourself, I think you can imagine a child is overweight and the family goes to, let's say, someone in the healthcare, that it's very important to have trust. So, for example, let's start with the first question. Should you say your child is obese or not? How do you say it? And then think about, let's say, 3 advices to give to the parents about their weight. Okay? So just discuss in this group, how do you say your child is obese, or do you not say it? How do you say it? And then you start with the working, say collaboration. We will see each other for some weeks, and I have now 3 tips for this week. So what would be the 3 tips to give to the parents? 3 tips on
Caroline, I see someone take
Okay, yeah, sorry, thank you. So in every group, one, we should take a report, take notes, and then the other groups, if we come together, we will share the experiences. So it's definitely important that someone take notes. And if you're ready with the questions, please raise your hand, then I will give additional questions. And we have maximum 30 minutes. So at 4 o'clock, the others will come. We want to start for 30, and so the others are not back. I think we can start with the first question, and then probably when focus arrives, we will share. Okay, so you will look for Polina? Thank you. Is it okay that we give some tips how we do? And the interesting thing is that all of you look from another perspective, and I bring to the groups. And I think together it puts a really complete picture how we can look to the problem. So, yeah. In this group, is there someone who wants to start?
So, I've just gone through the notes, right? So, in the US, never use the term obese, right? Weight is in one way inappropriate to express. Correct me if I'm wrong, very fast. Ask parents about areas to work on. There's self-management is prevailing. Some patients don't even want to take their weight. Right? Netherlands, obesity is not fully understood by environments. Children taught healthy or unhealthy weight rather than their obese or overweight. It depends if they are informed. And parents are asked about what they actually want to do in general, to be addressed, and they need to reflect first through patient-reported outcome measures, pre and post questionnaires, pre-visiting the doctor as the after in terms of time passed by. These are available to all practitioners, but they are not yet compulsory. Small steps are better, easier to motivate, addressing knowledge gaps, identify improvement. Motivational interviewing seems to be a fitting technique. So finding what's the motivating factor, which is difficult for families in general. Communication between professionals and families to identify the right treatments also need to work. Info is offered in handouts, directed in several capsule information. There's more time is needed to interact. Direct contact is typical because of the appointments and all that, and cannot scale, so there's more time needed to address the issue. Increase the pediatricians say to parents clearly what happens. Dimitri can validate it. So words are not really taboos, but there's not enough info to act on it, what to do. As parents, our dietitian said direct approach, talk about BMI and talk about the information on being overweight and obesity. As a doctor, children should be trusted with info, but delicately after exploring the status, and reinforce good behaviors before looking for changes to be made. So we can at least address what actually works.
Thank you. I just turn now to the second group, and as soon as there were differences between groups, raise your hand and say, "Oh, now we have." So you were the
So we discussed also whether we should bring up topic of obesity, and we find it quite difficult because it depends on the context and on the specific situation. If a child pops up in an emergency department and they come to a business clinic, so these are quite different situations, and you should always see the context and make it also family or parent depending, if you recognize if they are ready for that or not. But somehow it's important not to lose that, to follow up, but to make sure somehow to keep them bound to the clinic in a way. And we discussed that showing growth charts could be a good first thing to also show the children what it's all about, to make them recognize. That's what we discussed.
Thank you. So, Paulina?
Yes,
We have your group.
Yes,
We're working.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I think there's still discussing. Please come in. So probably the group of the young children can sit here. Please come here. Yeah, doesn't matter. Because then you know which group you are. So at this moment, we are here with 5 groups to discuss what we should do with parents of children overweight. And the first question we had was, do you say to a family your child obese? And what suggestions do you have for the parents?
So we had exactly the same question, but because we also had younger ages, how do you discuss child's growth with her? So how do you discuss child's growth, and how do you convey the message whether the child is overweight or obese? That was our first question. I'm going to also quickly say the two other topics we discussed. The second topic we will discuss what is the best advice you give. That was the second topic. And the third topic we discussed was the best advice you give. How do you adapt that to families from low socioeconomic, below socioeconomic status? So these were the three topics that we have discussed.
Now, given the time we have, we promised David to stop for all. I'm afraid it will not work. Don't do that. So probably we can now have. I already have two groups who did report, so 3 groups to go to also. I first get a group of 8 to 12, and then it's a group of your.
Yes, we have 5 groups. We give like a couple of minutes to each group because they had very lively discussions.
Yeah.
So,
I will start here. So a couple of minutes to bring the most important people.
So we didn't take notes, but we had some good discussion. So discussing the point about how to speak to families about their children with obesity, I think the consensus within the group was to speak to them more about health and their trajectories into the future, and not necessarily saying that their children is necessarily unhealthy now, but it will lead to future impairments in health if they continue on the path that they're on. And what parents, my experience and what I've gathered as well, is that they like to see data, not necessarily about their child, but other children as well, so they can actually see what could happen to them, and it tends to be a bit of like a learning moment, so not necessarily a shock factor, but then getting like what was really nice about the proxy chat, and I think the work that's being done here is amazing. Is being able to change the intervention on a family basis so they can choose what they wanted to do, the best goals that would work for them, and making sure that the whole family enjoys what they're doing.
Thank you. Now give the floor to
so we can start maybe, yeah, we'll just start with you. What have you discussed?
downstairs.
Yes. Where are the others?
So in our group there was Alex, she's come to me, and then there was also Lisa and Mont, where is she from? Okay, and also Elizabeth and me. And with regard to the first question about child growth, so how to explain child growth, we thought that best would be to start with the perception of the parent. So what is your perception about normal growth? So this was our experience on that. And then the second was how to talk about overweight, so when it comes to overweight. And again, we thought it could be an advice to work with the growth chart and to show them where the child is actually. And then we have to put it into a tip. So in advice in one sentence. And it was Alex with us together that we had this advice: do as many activities as you can. So this fits also to people with low socioeconomic status, we think, and activities could be any activities with regard to diet, with regard to physical activity, with regard to cognitive tasks. Maybe you want to add something.
Together, also with the story for sleeping, trying to do some cognitive activities together to display time when you spend time, and yeah, walking, free activities.
I mean, I do think it's important to find out what is normal for that family, because you often can watch out on something and discover that something they don't eat or something they never do, or they're doing what you're telling them already. And so you need to start with the basis of what is normal practice for them and then work from there.
Because we have some members from the next group, we also had a discussion, so share.
Yes, we have talked about different things. First of all, we compare different regulations or different attendance to the families and kids in all the countries, because we have a diverse group, people from UK, people from France, people from Lithuania, people from Spain, and then we develop the discussion talking about what is the main advice that you can give to our parents. And we have discussed a little bit of time about the importance of recommending that they can enjoy the growth of the kids. And this is the best advice that we identify to give to our parents. Enjoy playing, enjoy cooking, enjoy sharing a table, eating, because under our understanding is the main source of pleasure that a kid can obtain. And if they don't obtain this kind of pleasure, building this attachment with their parents, maybe these parents and these kids will try to find this kind of pleasure in other products like chocolates or fast food or other kind of activities like watching a lot of the TV or the screens. So, and then we developed the discussion also talking about advice and health education to low socioeconomic status families. And we talk about the importance of using motivational interview with families, talking with them always very horizontal because they are used to receive like vertical advices, and these don't give them the opportunity to develop their self-efficacy, their power that they have. And also trying to build community programs where they can share in groups of different families that are in a similar situation to them. Because normally disadvantaged families are from migrant populations or social excluded populations, and normally they need a social network to build their self-efficacy, to see that other families have the same worries, the same experiences, and even that they can provide knowledge inside a group of discussion. And this is the best way to build self-efficacy, to trust on themselves about their capacity to educate in healthy lifestyles.
Okay, we talked a lot about involving kids, so we have kids, and that's a tricky part. I think it's hard, as you probably know, to say it's one way, this depends on the family you have to come together. Of course, from my perspective, of course, we talk a lot about children having the right to the information as well, the children's convention and all that. So in one way, of course, I don't speak with the smaller child, the same thing as the older one, but it's hard not to say they're entitled to talk about this. And I meet lots of parents who come and call us early in the work and say, I don't want you to speak about weight, but weight is part of health. So if I'm not able to speak about this, then is that correct? No, that's not correct, because then I'm saying that's wrong. And I have to dare to talk about it, but of course in a way that they can relate to, and using scales and looking which family I have in front of me and so on. But of course, the best advice, I say, I'm a dietitian, and regarding to what socio-economic family I have, I speak about the moms. And nothing's forbidden, but of course I have to speak about the moms. And of course I could make that different depending on the family I have in front of me. And so I say that's one of those things I should talk about. I don't give them exact calorie restrictions or how much calories they have, but it depends. It's from your point of view, your family, your settings. So you have to make that. But yeah, lots of web discussions, but no real answers, many ways. Very last group.
So yes, we all agreed in our group on the importance to involve the children and the cooking and grocery shopping and to play on accessibility of healthy food, but also to the most important thing is to adapt our advices to each family. So we have an interview with each family to know their working times, what do they buy, where do they go, to what restaurants, do they go to parks, do they walk? So to have a little bit, a little interview with them just to adapt our advices to each family and to encourage them to go to work or to have picnics with their children, because it will reduce screen time and it will also increase physical activity and encourage the accessibility to and involve.
Thank you. This was really very short summaries, of course. Are there questions? Are there some people who heard something that they were surprised, that they think, oh, we didn't do? No questions? I have still two groups who did not report, but I first want to hear till now. It seems that we have all good ideas, and if we bring them all together, we have even better ideas. Grace?
It's just something that you said there that caught my ear and attention. It reminded me of the title of the book I read, which was one no, many yeses. And I suppose the thing is, we don't want to do harm. That's our primary thing. There's many ways then to address who's in front of me. So once our main intention is to not do harm, we can find a way.
And I also would like to like the spirit we have in the room. This is the spirit that we have. We have many families who have the same problem that they share. So those who actually lead the sessions, who are the experts, are not longer the experts. You are the experts. So this is the beauty with the workshop. This is the beauty when you can meet several families together, trying to do that, because they share experiences in a very good way that we cannot almost replicate.
Okay, now I go to.
So we're a group of 3 dietitians, 1 pediatrician, and 1 nurse. And on the subject of labeling the condition as overweight or obese, the pediatrician in the group said that she looks at completing the BMI curves, and in accordance with French guidelines, she has to label the condition as overweight or obese. However, if after the first time there is lots of distress, then she might be using the word overweight to refer to both conditions, so avoiding the use of the term obese. The dietitians in the group said that because they're not allowed provide diagnosis, it's actually the pediatricians that should be labeling the condition. And unfortunately, it seems that many times they're very vague. They do not describe the condition as clearly as it should be, and as a result, families do not understand their situation. And one of the dietitians in the group said that if a family is persistent in asking questions, then eventually she will label the condition as obese in order to help the family. But this will be only a result of a pediatrician not having labeled the condition previously. On the second question about tips for parents, so every family is different. Advice should be adapted to the situation. But something that might be applicable widely is that, first of all, you need to come again. So as a family, you will probably visit the dietitian once or twice. First of all, please don't quit. So you need to stay in the process. The important thing is to explain to families that the decision for change is in the hands of the family. Three important motivation points to make behavior change possible is parents need to feel ready and able. They need to feel that the change is important and that it's now is a good time to change. It's the right time period. Of course, this will be different 6 months later. Now, the idea is to help parents understand what are the top areas of improvement, which are not the same for every family, in these, and then to ask parents to identify those changes that they feel are most achievable at the present time. Now, if parents choose to address a problem which is not necessarily the primary problem, the one they should be mostly concerned about, then what needs to be done is to discuss why and how another top priority is important, and what are the barriers, what makes you think that this is so hard to achieve. And in very practical terms, of course, portion sizes are a top problem, and sedentary life. We mentioned several things, but these might be the top ones.
Thank you. Now I go to the last group for the final questions. I think it's Ian on the line.
Well, in our group, there are a lot of things that have already been said, and since I'm the last group, I think much use to repeat them, but the thing that we've discussed, which I think I haven't heard, that is whether or not you're going to mention the fact that obesity is a disease. So we discussed that, and we discussed, for example, the mentioning the fact that it's a chronic disease can also be very discouraging for a child, and also calling it a disease can also make it something that's out of your hands, something that you do not have any control over. But we came to the conclusion, and I think it's also backed up by not only by experience but also by research, that it is helpful to address the fact that obesity is a chronic disease. And yeah, we also said to not discuss because we all agree, to discuss health, not weight, but also not mentioning the weight to a child that's obviously overweight can also be harmful, because it's also adding probably to the guilt and the shame. Okay, so nobody's going to discuss this, then this might be something terrible. I think that the other one is the two people of my group have this video on training professionals on how to discuss this topic with families and children. And I think that that's a really good idea to train not only pediatricians and dietitians, but also the GP on how to bring this subject up, how to discuss this, also using motivational interviewing, well, to train people how to
discuss this topic. Actually, so I think the videos are from the French group. Are they also in other languages? Not yet. So it would be great, I think, to see this. I think what he also was discussing this group, and it's an addition on what this group says, so that you can ask the parents what they first want to do. It must not be the most important one, but here I think Anne also has an addition.
We'd rather ask the children what they think they can do, and then involve the parents in making sure that what kid thinks that is doable, that they can do it. So if the kid thinks I want to drink water, that we make a shopping list for parents on which water is also added. For example. Just not only ask the parents what they can do, but rather ask the kid what they can do. Because we are in the elder ages. Yeah.
Of course, it's used for children between 6 and 15, it works well to involve. I also think we have to close now. But I also think here in this group there came some important issues that we now always talk about the ideal family, but that a lot of families are not in a situation that both parents were in your session, so normally you see only one. And now I do not use my own word with yours, that it's mostly the mother. So then, sometimes families are like in a fight in divorce, and then it's very difficult to have all on the same track. So I think we could discuss for another hour how we should include these families. I think for me it's most important then that it's not a fight between both parents, but that you say, look, the child makes his plans in this age group. The child asks then both the father and the mother to help him or her with that plan, so that it's not longer a quarrel between families or parents when they do not both agree on the same approach. I give Paulina the final words and then we close the session. Thank you very much for working, and it's good, I think, that Ecog organized this session so that we all can bring our own expertise and share. And I think there is even more in this format for the future. There's a lot of good ideas, and we miss a little bit now the complete roundup. I don't know how we should do it, but yeah, that's something that we can ask Ecog to really make it more in a report that we all can build from each other.
I agree, Karen. I also want to say, so we have done this workshop several times, not exactly the same, for the last, 2 decades, at least 1 decade. And I have to say that I really see that the competence in the room is increasing. The overall competence, we see young faces, and I see already that we are very well trained. But also, I think for us older, we need to keep developing ourselves. We need to keep supporting, exchanging experiences. So because it is a professional journey as well, to understand how can we be better, how can we tailor our treatment, our programs better. We need to share the experiences. So I hope we stay in touch, and Ecog is a force that can make it happen. So thank you again.
Yes.
You cannot know this in advance, right? You can only make assumptions.
So, hello everyone. We're gonna start our last session of our presentation. I just remind the speaker that they have 8 minutes of presentation followed by 2 minutes, so maybe 1 or 2 questions about the presentation. And now we're going to start with Professor Beatrice Dubert from Sorbonne University.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation. So I'm going to present to you one of our work about the characterization of feeding behavior in children developing obesity before the age of 6 years. To precise for you, in my department, we are specialized in the care of genetic obesity. And so that's why we have very severe early onset severe obesity, maybe a little bit different about all the patients that you can see in your program. But I think it's important to better know, better understand this phenotype, because we have to diagnose them very early. Sorry for my French English. So, alors. Alors, off, on. Non. Pourtant, j'ai mis. Ça marchait il y a 2 secondes.
Oui.
Voilà, pas de chance. Oui, c'est bon. Je vais peut-être aller trop vite.
On l'a fait.
It was working a few minutes ago. Bon, maybe you can. Okay. So just the next slide is about my conflict of interest. So we can go quickly. Okay, next slide, please. So just to remind you, hyperphagia is a very important phenotype in early onset severe obesity. Most of the time, hyperphagia or abnormal feeding behavior are present and described in the phenotype of this specific patient. They are well described, especially in some syndromes, Prader-Willi syndrome, but in other genetic situations of obesity, we don't have a lot of description of this feeding behavior. But I think that abnormal feeding behavior needs to be a very important phenotype to look at if we want to diagnose very early this kind of genetic obesity. And also, it can help to have an optimal management for these children and to prevent the development of obesity, and also probably to assess the impact of new drugs that will be very available, I think, next year in this patient. And it is very important to look at the evolution of feeding behavior with the treatment, not only the weight, but also the feeding behavior. So the aim of our study was to characterize the feeding behavior in children with early onset severe obesity of different origins in order to look for differences in this very specific phenotype. And we used 2 self-questionnaires filled by the patient or by the parents, and we tried to find some differences. Just to just to show you the different questionnaire, we used for the first questionnaire the hyperphagia questionnaire of Dykens. It's a very classic questionnaire developed especially to describe the feeding behavior of Prader-Willi syndrome. And you can see this questionnaire includes 13 items exploring 3 dimensions of hyperphagia, like behavior, drive, so the possibility to control yourself when you can see food, and also severity. Here you have some examples of the question. And at the end, you can have a diagnosis of hyperphagia if the total score is more than 90. The second self-questionnaire was our local questionnaire. I worked with a dietitian since a long time, 20 years, and with our experience, we developed our own questionnaire to try to evaluate particularly food impulsivity, so the possibility for the children to control themselves when they see some food. So our questionnaire is with 10 questions assessing so the ability to control themselves during meals or food stimuli. And we thought that impulsivity was diagnosed in case of at least 7 positive answers. And here you have some example of the question we ask to parents, especially when eating. Does a lot of food fall off your child's plate because he's in such a hurry to eat? You know, the very hurry to eat, for example, of maybe here, if your child smells a bakery, is it very difficult to prevent him from entering in the bakery to have some food? So it's more about the behavior. So in this paper, we included 75 children. They were all with severe obesity. You can see here the BMI-Z score around 5 standard deviation. So we are in very severe obesity. They had early onset obesity with before the age of 5 years old. And we wanted to separate the children in 3 groups depending on the cause of obesity. The first group was hypothalamic obesity, and I call hypothalamic obesity any hypothalamic lesion that is associated to the obesity. So, for example, monogenic obesity, syndromic or tumoral obesity. The other group is intellectual disability associated to obesity, and it was especially children with autism spectrum disorder, and then common obesity. And we try to find some differences in weight history and questionnaire. Here I put the different diagnoses of hypothalamic obesity. You can see it was different diagnoses, but for us, it's hypothalamic obesity because there is a defect in the hypothalamic pathway controlling food intake. So you can hear Prader-Willi syndrome, X-Fragile syndrome, etc. And the other group was mainly children with autism spectrum disorder. So here are the results of our work. So we compared the children with hypothalamic obesity, and we found finally that these children were younger when we saw them in our departments. Of course, the obesity was very early onset. You can see the age when the BMI crosses IOTF 30, the age of 2 years old, so it was very, very early. And also the age when BMI crosses IOTF 40, the very severe obesity, it was around 3, and it was very, very earlier than the other diagnosis. And another phenotype that was very important in these children was the absence of adiposity rebound. You, of course, know the age of adiposity rebound is around 6 years old. And in the hypothalamic obesity, you can see that in the majority of children, no adiposity rebound was noted. So probably it's a very specific phenotype to diagnose these children. And I will explain that later, but we think that probably early onset obesity are a continuum of neuroendocrine disease. In this work, we look especially at these children with very rare obesity, with syndrome and gene, and the phenotype is very severe. But we think that probably there is a continuum, and probably we don't have sometimes not a lot of differences in these children, and especially for hyperphagia. So look at, here are the results for hyperphagia. For example, you can see that the Daikin score was higher 19 in our cohort in 50 children. So the majority of children, and there are not a majority of hypothalamic obesity, had a very high score of hyperphagia. But just 15% of children have an impulsivity score higher than 7. And it was very surprising for us, but we didn't find any differences in the Daikin's questionnaire according to the diagnosis. And it was very surprising for us because we thought that maybe hypothalamic obesity will have a more severe phenotype. It was not the case, and that's why probably there is a continuum in these different phenotype. Then we look, we try to see if the more impulsive children were different about the hyperphagia score. And you can see that, yes, the more impulsive children have a more important hyperphagia score, showing that probably these children have a more severe hyperphagia. So that's my last slide. So it's a very preliminary work, a study, but our study probably confirmed that during the development of early onset obesity, whatever its origin, because we didn't find any difference, feeding behavior is characterized by severe hyperphagia, close to that described in rare genetic syndromes like Prader-Willi syndrome, and sometimes is associated to food impulsivity. And I think that it supports the existence of an intense hyperphagia with difficulty to control them yourself when you have this kind of early onset severe obesity. And this very severe hyperphagia participate to the burden and stigma of obesity in this very early onset severe obesity. And I will talk about that later. And now it's very important to better know the feeding behavior of these children in order to assess the effect of the new treatment. Thank you. Maybe I'm just, I was a little, no, ça va, it's okay. Sorry.
Maybe a question?
Thank you for this presentation. Did you have the opportunity to control for other factors that were leading to the obesity and finding difference in the groups?
Which kind of factors? I didn't.
Maybe birth weight or obesity in the family.
Yes, of course. No, yes, we had the opportunity to look at the other phenotype and the other parameters that could maybe impact on the weight history, and we didn't find differences. The most difference was the very early history of weight. I think that in case of BMI going very rapidly since the first year of life, I think we have to think about genetic obesity, of course, and to look at feeding behavior and hyperphagia.
Thank you. I mean, with your Prader-Willi, I would expect them not to be very active. I mean, they're slowly developing and so on. Was that the case of the other hypothalamic pieces? Contributing factor. And also, I mean, you say there's no adiposity rebound, but surely when you're status that, the adiposity rebound is sort of hidden in everything else.
So the first question was about the feeding behavior in other hypothalamic obesity. Is there active search for food, like in Prader-Willi? What you say? It was a little bit different. In Prader-Willi, we had some very active search for food, but in some patients with homozygous variants in genes in the hypothalamic, the leptin-melanocortin pathway, we can find the same phenotype with very active food to search, especially in case of food restriction. So
it's more just general activity in relation to food getting.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
It was more in relation to general activity. I mean, Prader-Willi, they're slow to develop, they're a bit floppy.
Oh, okay.
Well, the other hypothalamics like that.
Of course, Prader-Willi has hypotonia and have a decrease in lean mass. So probably they have a decrease in physical activity, maybe more than the other children. When we look at body composition in the other children with hypothalamic obesity, and especially those with monogenic obesity, they don't have this abnormal body composition. So probably physical activity is different, of course, and may probably participate to BMI.
Thank you. There was the last question that we will continue on the presentation. Sorry, because we have
your presentation.
We go to the next presentation. Otherwise, we will. So thank you. Next presentation is Dr. Aprifel from Aston University.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. I like to think that my presentation follows on very nicely from Professor de Bruyn's, and hopefully by the end of my presentation, you'll see why. So today I'm going to speak to you about a project that I'm currently working on as a postdoctoral researcher at Aston University. And that's an ESRC funded 3-year project called Appetite, which aims at looking at individual susceptibility in the obesogenic environment in the UK. So I'm preaching to the choir here a bit. I don't need to go into much detail, but obviously obesity is one of the leading causes of deaths and illnesses. And it's estimated by Public Health England that by 2050, the cost of obesity-related illness will be £50 billion. And currently in the UK, 1 in 3 children by the age of leaving primary school, so that's at 11 years old, will have overweight or obesity. So when we consider what counts towards this individual susceptibility in young children, we consider 2 aspects of food behavior. So there's food acceptance and appetite. So as you can see here, we have the different quadrants that correspond to how children fall onto the different aspects of food acceptance and food appetite. So we have large appetite and a low food acceptance, which is strongly linked to a limited diet. Then here on the lower left quadrant, we have the small appetite and low food acceptance, which is often linked to being underweight and also having a limited diet. In the upper left, we have small appetite and high food acceptance, which is often linked to a healthy dietary variety and a healthy appetite. So this is what we can consider the children that would be in our ideal category. But what the Appetite project focus on is this upper right quadrant, so children that show large appetite and high food acceptance. And that is because studies continuously show that they are higher at risk of overweight and obesity. So the Appetite study is focused on looking at these children between 3 and 5 years old in order to understand how their eating profiles link to predictors of overweight and obesity in later life and later childhood. So the current research that I'll speak about today is just the first step in the Appetite project, and that was indeed investigating this group of children with high appetites and also high food acceptance. And what we wanted to do with this was create statistically robust profiles of eating behavior. So we adopted a latent profile analysis approach, and instead of it being variable centered, so taking these measures of child eating behavior in the middle here, what it does as a latent profile analysis is it clusters them into groups and creates a more holistic eating profile of children. So we used the child eating behavior questionnaire, and we asked 995 parents and legal guardians of 3 to 5-year-old children to complete that. And so indeed what we see is that there are very distinct emotionally oriented eating profiles among these children. So this sample of 995 children included all the children here that fall into these 4 different profiles. And it gives us a very good overview of how the different variables in child eating behavior cluster onto one another. Now, the class that we're probably most interested in for this appetite research is this class 1, so the avid eating group. And these are children that show high levels of food responsiveness, high emotional overeating, but equally a low satiety responsiveness, so they don't respond to those fullness cues as well as other children. And this accounts for about 21.9% of our sample. But it's also worth noting how other children fall across these categories, because normally in latent profile analysis in previous research, they've identified 3 distinct profiles. So as you can imagine, food avoidant, typical eaters, and food approach eaters. But what we saw when we included these emotionally laden variables, such as the emotional overeating and emotional undereating, is that emotionality plays a heavy part in how children's eating behavior is profiled. But we were also interested in investigating what factors predict these eating profile classes. So because we were able to access a large sample of parents, we also wanted to include some of the important variables that have been seen to be linked to eating profiles. So as we all know, genes account for about 50% of children's eating behavior. And so part of the appetite study is looking at how this genetic heritability impacts the eating behavior in children displaying avid eating appetites. However, we also wanted to investigate other factors that we could tap into with this questionnaire approach. So we also wanted to measure temperament, as you can imagine, the more difficult temperaments have been linked with more problematic eating behaviors. We also wanted to look at feeding practices. As been discussed all throughout today, feeding practices are very important, especially in that period between 3 and 5 years old, when it is the parents that have a lot of control over the child's intake. But of course, we can't ignore the ecological factors, so the socioeconomic status, the education levels of parents. So this information was also gathered. Unfortunately, I've only got a very brief time to discuss the results with you, so I've handpicked just a few of the most important ones that we considered in our study, but please feel free to catch me after the presentation to ask about all the different variables that we included in our analyses. So here, when we look at temperament, we address 3 different traits that have been linked with children's eating profiles. And what's interesting for our project in itself is that, as previous research has addressed, surgency, higher levels of surgency, so that's the level that a child has in their responsiveness in their environment, so their emotional attraction, that is increased in children displaying avid eating behaviours. But perhaps what's also quite interesting to note is the effortful control, so how much a child can inhibit that inhibitory response. That is seen the highest levels of that inhibition control is witnessed the highest in the children that show a high level of food enjoyment, but a low level of food responsiveness and emotional overeating. In terms of the parental feeding practices, what we again see corresponds with what the literature has already presented us with. So the children in that avid eating profile, they were recipients of much more emotional regulation practices, which corresponds also to the high levels of emotional overeating that we witnessed in that group. We also, so as was addressed earlier today, we also see that restriction for health and restriction for weight was significantly higher in the avid eating profiles. And most importantly, what we also saw was effects of the socioeconomic status. So one of the variables that we measured in this study was food insecurity. And interestingly, we do see that food insecurity is much higher in the avid eating profile and the fussy eating profile than other profiles. So what does this tell us about these eating profiles, and what does it inform us for the research? It tells us that avid eating is a distinct, multidimensional and emotionally charged behavior, and we shouldn't forget that emotionally charged aspect of it. It also allows us to come to allow the conclusion that surgency, restrictive feeding, and emotional regulation are greater in the avid eating profile. So it allows us some insight into what parental feeding practices need to be tapped into. It tells us that interventions need to be tailored to both the child's environment and temperament. We already know this from previous research, but it's very important that the whole food systems approach is taken when looking at the child in terms of their environment, their food security, and also the child's temperament. However, most importantly for the appetite study, it tells us that parental feeding practices are crucial in understanding how these eating profiles differ and perhaps the causality of eating profiles and parental feeding practices. And so over the next 2 years of the appetite study, we plan to investigate this relationship further. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and also for my collaborators as well.
We have some questions in the audience.
If nobody else wants to ask a question, I was a bit surprised to sort of put the likelihood of obesity into the avid eating and neglected the fussy eaters, what I call the fussy eaters. I mean, I was sort of surprised because looking at it the other way around, my experience of children in obesity clinics is that most of them, perhaps, are fussy eaters, which of course means that there are an awful lot of things which you could give them to eat, which would make them feel full and not necessarily full of calories. Whereas instead they have to resort to things like biscuits and cake and that sort of thing because they won't eat the rest.
Yeah.
Can you justify leaving them out?
No, that's a very good point because it is something that we hypothesized in our pre-registration. We thought that there would be different eating profiles that are distinct in terms of children that are high in their food responsiveness and their enjoyment of food and emotional overeating but very fussy eaters. So we did intend to see that. We thought that we would see that there were children that were very high. And I think what's interesting to note is we currently don't have any data for this sample of the risk of adiposity. So in terms of their current weight status, we will only gather that at the next stage when we bring the children into the lab. And so what we do expect to see is that we will invite also some of the fussier children in and see if they're at higher risk of overweight and obesity as well.
Thank you. We move to the next presentation. So now we have Dr. Santi Gomez from the Dietary Foundation of Europe.
Thank you very much to the Ecog for accepting our abstract submission and also the two abstract submissions in poster format. So I am going to present a comparative analysis about pediatric obesity in Spanish low socioeconomical status children, and it is a comparative analysis between two studies, one intervention study that the name is Seismo, and one nationwide representative study that we also coordinate in Spain that the name is PASOS. So, as a context, in Spain, and also based on PASOS data, we realized that the trend of childhood obesity in 20 years, from 2000 to 2019, is worrying, especially for girls, not for boys and not for the overall population, because the difference is not statistically significant. But as you can see, the girls almost double the prevalence of obesity in Spain in 20 years. And regarding severe obesity, also we realize alarming rates, but still not statistically significant. But for abdominal obesity, we identify statistically significant differences between 2000 and 2019 for the overall population. And this is especially due to the contribution of girls to this situation. So, and also as a context in Spain, and also based on PASOS data, we know that the socioeconomic status of kids and families also highly determine the overweight, the obesity, the severe obesity, and abdominal obesity. Here you can see the comparison between lowest socioeconomic status and highest socioeconomic status, and this variable of socioeconomic status is formed by three primary variables: the occupation, the educational level, and the mean income of the census section where the schools that participated in the study were located. This means that the likelihood of presenting overweight, obesity, severe obesity, and abdominal obesity in lower socioeconomic status environment is higher, obviously, than in higher income groups. So under this situation in Gasol Foundation, we have active programs addressed to several key sectors, and these projects are right now in a trial situation, from pilot projects addressed, for example, to a sports organization, to randomized control trial like the projects that we have in early childhood entities, in schools, or in social entities or community child centers. So today we are going to be focused on the comparison between Seismo, that is the project that we have inside the schools, inside primary schools, and this nationwide representative study, PASOS. And specifically, we are going to compare the difference in between severe obesity in these two studies. I should specify that SEISMO is an intervention trial that is being applied in low socioeconomical status neighborhoods because we have identified that it's a priority to tackle in Spain. So, as I commented, one is a school-based intervention trial with an intervention and control group. And here we are considering the baseline data of this trial that include almost 8,000 kids in Spain, and also compared with PASO's study. In total, in SEISMO are enrolled 72 schools, in PASO's are enrolled 246 schools. And as I commented, we are going to use for the comparison the baseline data collection that we carried out in SEISMO schools in between 2020 to 2021. And for the PASO's study, we are going to use the cross-sectional data collection carried out in 2019. Characteristics in common for the methods. For this comparison, we have selected only the coincident age ranges. This means that we selected only the population from both studies, from 8 to 12 years old. We are considering the weight status according to BMI and classify following the WHO standards growth charts. And as secondary variable, we have used the gender and the academic grade. And the statistical analysis, I am going to present the prevalence with confidence intervals adjusted at 95%, and also stratify by gender and by academic grade, and also the logistic regression based on those ratios of severe obesity, also with the confidence intervals. This is the descriptive statistics. In this analysis participated a total sample for SEISMO of more than 3,000 children, and for PASO's almost 2,000 children. The age is pretty similar, and the percentage of girls in both samples also pretty similar. Is different the family's annual income because, as I mentioned, SEISMO include only low socioeconomic status schools, and also the percentage of parents with a university degree obviously is different in between both samples. This is the comparison for the prevalence of severe obesity. As you can see, the difference between SEISMO and PASO's is statistically significant. PASO's include a nationwide representative sample, not only advantaged children and families, include the overall sample of Spain. And the difference is especially concerning for the case of boys in this comparison, and for younger kids from the 3rd grade of primary education. This is similar for the 4th and the 5th grade, but the difference is a little bit smaller, and this difference disappear. This is statistically significant difference disappear for the older kids participating in the comparison. This means that the likelihood of presenting severe obesity is obviously higher in these disadvantaged schools. And this means that for boys and 3rd grade, for younger kids, is tremendously higher for these schools in comparison with the overall population age 8 to 12 years old in Spain. So as conclusions, severe obesity is a weight status highly prevalent in low socioeconomic status schools in Spain. It's reaching rates of obesity, not severe obesity, of other European countries. So it's very worrying for these neighborhoods to identify this high prevalence of severe obesity. The odds ratio obviously is almost triple than in low socioeconomic status schools. Boys and younger kids are more likely to present severe obesity. This data also was analyzed to justify the importance of implementing this kind of healthy habits promotion projects like SEISMO in these kinds of schools to reduce health inequalities that we are identifying in Spain. And also in Spain, we have just built with the Spanish government the first strategical national plan to reduce childhood obesity, just presented in June by the Prime Minister, and with the agreement of a total of 15 ministries in Spain, because as you can see, the rates of childhood obesity in Spain are completely alarming, and we hope that this plan will help to solve the situation, because include 200 measures to be implemented from now to 2030. So thank you very much. In our programs like SEISMO, we always travel to a healthy galaxy with the kids, and we invite you to travel with us, with Gasol Foundation, to this healthy galaxy that is formed by these 4 pillars that are commented during this conference. Thank you very much.
I might have a question regarding the difference between boys and girls that you presented at the beginning. Do you have any idea why there is an increase in obesity in girls during the last few years?
Yes, we are a hypothesis, and we would like to deploy more qualitative research to understand well the phenomenon behind this situation. We speculate that maybe boys have reached like the top rate that they can reach in terms of obesity, and this was a different situation for girls, because they depart from a different situation in 2000. So as all the epidemics with the time in a society tend to be spread to all gender conditions, socioeconomic status, etc. And this probably happened with childhood obesity in Spain, that girls tend to reach the top level that maybe boys had in 2000.
Thank you. So now we have Julie Serou, who will present us his work from his first year of master's degree realized at the University of Grenada.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to give me another opportunity to present another work today that talk about the intelligence, the executive function, and the academic performance according to different degrees of obesity in children. First of all, in order to introduce the topic, I want you to recall that the prevalence of obesity has dramatically increased in recent years, and that childhood obesity can be considered as one of the biggest challenges of the 21st century. And also, as we already know, childhood obesity is associated with many comorbidities such as type 2 diabetes, insulin resistance, and many others. But childhood obesity also has an impact on the brain health, and previous studies show a negative association between obesity, the amount of visceral adipose tissue of the BMI, and most of the executive function, the academic performance, and the cognitive capacity of the children. But in all the previous study, only one, and that study of 10 collaborators, include intelligence as an outcome, but without giving us any results. And also, in all these previous studies, no one of them considered the different degrees of obesity, as we know as moderate, severe, and morbid. That is why in our study we want to determine the differences in intelligence, executive function, and academic performance between normal weight children and children suffering overweight or obesity, controlling first for different degrees of obesity, but also considering the socioeconomic status of the parents and their cardiorespiratory fitness. The children included in this study are for 2 different projects, and the first one is the Active project, an interventional randomized control trial with 107 children suffering overweight or obesity, and the second is the Genome-based project, a 1-year longitudinal observational cohort study with 43 children with normal weight, for a sample size in our study of 150 children. Considering the result, we assess the weight ahead in the BMI in order to classify our children into the 5 BMI categories, and also we assess intelligence using the Kaufman-Proof intelligence test, the executive function using the STOOP test, the design fluency test, and the delay on match to sample task, and the academic performance using the series battery of Ecog. We also give to the parents a questionnaire in order to obtain their socioeconomic status and to finish all the children perform the Shuttleman test in order to obtain their cardiorespiratory fitness. Regarding the results, first I wanted to show you a little bit the repartition of the children, and here you can see that the 42 children with normal weight were the children of the second project, and over the 107 children of the first project, 28 were with overweight, 48 with type 1 obesity, 19 with type 2, and only 12 with type 3. And also, before doing the main analysis, we did a partial correlation, and what we can see is that there is a negative correlation between the body mass index and the intelligence, but also between the body mass index and 2 of the 3 executive functions, and between the body mass index and most of the academic performance variables. What does it mean? It means that the lower the BMI, the higher will be the intelligence, the executive function, and the academic performance of the children. And now, before giving you the main result of our study, I want to explain that we did 3 models, and the first one is adjusting by age and sex, the second is adjusting by sex, age, and socioeconomic status, and the last one is adjusting by sex, age, and cardiorespiratory fitness. In this presentation, I am currently 8 minutes, that is why I'm just going to explain you the main results of the first model. And what we can see is that intelligence and verbal intelligence was higher in normal weight children compared with children suffering type 2 obesity, and the results were quite similar for the non-verbal intelligence and for the total intelligence with lower results in children suffering type 2 obesity compared with normal weight children, but also with children suffering overweight. Considering the executive function, we can see that the results are also similar with children suffering type 2 obesity having lower inhibitory control compared with the normal weight children and the children suffering overweight. For the second executive function, that is working memory, the results are also higher in the children with normal weight in comparison with the children with type 2 obesity. While for the cognitive flexibility, that is the last executive function, there were no differences between our 5 stages. And to finish, for the academic performance, we assessed 7 variables, and over the 7 variables, as you can see here, the results were significant for the academic skills and the brief reading. And what we can see is that for both variables, the children with normal weight have higher results compared to all the other weight stages. The results show that having a healthy body weight leads to better intelligence, executive function, and academic performance. But also in our study, there are 3 limitations, and the first one is the study design, that is a cross-sectional study. We also have only 150 children included in this study. And the last but not least limitation is that we did not define the parental educational level or the cardiorespiratory fitness for each BMI category. But despite this limitation, there are some strengths. And the first one is that we analyze the relation between the obesity and the intelligence, and we also classify into the 5 BMI category the children, considering, as I explained before, the 3 degrees of obesity. And as always, future studies and experimental studies are needed in order to test if a reduction in body weight results in improvement in our outcomes. And the key message today is that childhood obesity, and mainly type 2 obesity, leads to a reduction in intelligence, executive function, and academic performance, and that the socioeconomic status and the cardiorespiratory fitness also reduce this association between an excess of weight and the study outcome. But we have to take care because having a healthy body weight is significantly associated with better performance in most of the outcome studies, independently of the socioeconomic status and the cardiorespiratory fitness. Thanks for your attention and thanks to this wonderful team.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a comment for defining intelligence by figures is always dangerous. So then you have to think carefully about that. But my point is to ask you whether you control for anxiety, because anxiety is a typical feature of these children, and of course it leads to underperformance in any kind of test.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments.
My question is,
okay.
in your work, did you control
no.
weight or anxiety?
No, we did not control anxiety in that work.
I think it's really some point to improve.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have one question at the beginning of your presentation. You said that you had a program with genes and I don't remember. Do you know if in these children we screen for intelligence and stuff? Are you sure that there is no genetic obesity, or maybe some children with I don't know, it's fragile, or another syndrome that could explain the difference in the intelligence? Did you screen on that?
I don't really know if the genetic of the children and the origin of the childhood obesity have an impact on their intelligence. The only thing we know, considering the physiology a little bit of the childhood obesity, is the brain function and the neural deficits in the brain. And for example, that at lower ages, the children have lower gray matter volume or something like that, and this leads to a reduction of the intelligence. But according to the genetic, I don't have any high.
Thank you, Julie. So now last presentation. We talked about a new tool related to help dietitian, and will be almost in time for the general assembly of the Ecog just after.
So, hello everybody, my name is Annie Kone, I come from Belgium. I am dietitian and I have a clinical activity. And today I speak on behalf of the Obesity Commission of the CLDE, and I will present you a tool we created to help dietitians during the consultation of overweight children. Just some words about CLDE. It's a professional association of pediatric dietitians. We come from Belgium, France, and also Luxembourg. And I put here or the aim of our association, and we have different activities. We organize courses, workshop meeting. We are involved in different projects and publication, like the publication present this morning by Céline Richonet. And we have also creating working group about different topics around nutritional by children, and one of the workshop, the working group, sorry, is named the Obesity Commission. And in this Obesity Commission, we have the plan since a long time to create a tool for dietitians to help them during the consultation of overweight children. And the reason of this project is that all of us know the problematic of overweight. We have discussed today of the importance to involve children, but also parents in during the consultation. And we have the feeling that some practical tools were missing. Some tools existed, but we have the feeling that no tools available could present all important topics that we can discuss during the consultation with overweight children. So we decided to create a tool which has to aim to facilitate the discussion with the children and also the parents, and to help dietitians to understand the representation of the children about different topics, and to facilitate the follow-up of these children. We create the tool on basis of our experience, our clinical experience, but we have also read the literature about, of course, obesity, but also about therapeutic education and also motivational interviewing. And we decided to create a tool with several sheets about different topics related to the problematic of overweight. We asked a graphic designer to help us to prepare a playful tool for the children. We create also a booklet for the dietitian, which contains different advices, but also literature about the topics. And we, when the tool has been created, we have asked different members of our association to validate the content, but our scientific committee has also validated the content, and some experts like psychologists. And finally, we have tested the tool with a student in dietetic student during her thesis. So the tool is created. It contains 70 sheets about different topics. You have one sheet about the sleep duration, one sheet which speak about physical activity, other sheets who explain which has to be eaten, but also when, how. We have one sheet about the problematic of emotion that we have discussed this morning. And we have complete this sheet with a booklet for dietitians, which contain advices and also sources. And all the sheets have our mascot, which is adapted for the children from 6 to 12 years old. Here I put some example. So each sheet has always some explanation, but also a game to facilitate the discussion with the child and also the parents. You have a part which is dedicated for the parents with explanation, but also some advices. And we have a sheet where the child could say where he is in the topic of the sheet we discussed during the consultation, what he thinks about what we have discussed, and what the child is ready to do for the next consultation. So in conclusion, we are happy with this tool which achieve our objectives. In the thesis, we can see that the parents, but also the children, appreciate the tool and also the mascot. Our colleague dietitians who have the possibility to use the tool are also happy to have it. And one point which was very important for us, that the dietitian keeps the management of the consultation so she can use the tool when it's necessary and keep the organization of the consultation. Practically, the tool is available on our website. The dietitian could buy it. The cost is 45 euros. When it is buy, the dietitian can use it for all children she meets in her consultation. And for the future, we plan to update the tool depending on the feedback of the dietitian, but also depending on the evolution of the recommendation. We think that we have to put in consideration the concept of literacy for the future version. The thesis also shows that some topics were missing, for example, the problematic of morning break. And so we plan to add other sheets when it's necessary. And maybe we will plan to translate the tool in other languages, because at the moment it's only available in French. If some of you want to see the tool, I have take with me one, and I will be happy to give you the possibility to read it. So thank you for your attention. Thank you to the organization to give us the possibility to present our tool, and would like also to thank my colleague Caroline Aube and Nelly Lelu, who helped me to prepare this presentation.
I will conclude with a small question. Do you plan to, because I just see during your presentation that you can have a quick overview of physical activity. Do you plan to assess the validity of your tool as regard to physical activity level, for example, with accelerometer or validating questionnaire?
Do you mean to evaluate if the child achieves the recommendation?
If the profile that you detect with your tool reflects a good physical activity level assessed with accelerometer, for example?
Not in this way. The main aim of the tool is to facilitate the discussion with the child. We know that children could be at different level and probably a high level of physical activity, and our aim is not to achieve all recommendations, but to help parents and also the children to understand the gap between what he is doing now and what the recommendations are. But maybe we have to combine other techniques with the tools.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
So just to remind everyone that now it's going to be the General Assembly for the members, and then we can meet at 7:25 at the city hall, and you have maps on the door. That's about 5 minutes walk, so I hope it's not really that much right now. And we're gonna have the plenary lecture from Professor Liben in the City Hall, and then a cocktail there in the City Hall as well. So it's not here for the last plenary, it's at the City Hall once more at 7:25. And I will just ask all the members of Ecog to stay for the General Assembly. I hope you had a great day. I'm pretty sorry it was quite intense today. The voice person, I guess. So we'll have some drinks afterwards. So see you there.